Chapter 501. Fortunately, there were no major events like martial arts competitions or dance festivals at this year's New Year's festival. My colleagues and the citizens seemed somewhat disappointed, especially looking at me with longing. But the city is currently too busy to spare a moment. Let's be satisfied with just having a good time celebrating the new year today. Anyway, after finishing a morning round of the neighborhood and returning to the mansion, the stew from the south is quite spicy. Father, casually seated in the dining room, was savoring the meat stew with a huff and puff. Emperor spotted. He had been out of sight for a while, and now here he appears suddenly, enjoying a stew. I sat down next to the Emperor with a small laugh. How is it? Just doing some cooking. It's a bit rustic compared to the stews of the imperial capital, but it has its own flavor. The Emperor, having neatly finished his bowl of stew, wiped his mouth with a napkin. He looked like he was dining at a high-end courtly fine dining restaurant. In reality, it's just a complete serving of rice cake soup. Where have you been sneaking off to? It's not easy for an emperor to come to the southernmost lands, is it? I took the opportunity to check if the order of the country is properly maintained. His words sound ominous, but it seems he's just been inspecting the southern regions. I've also roughly checked on how the monster front is going, so now I'm planning to head back to the imperial capital. It's been a few days since I stubbornly kept the emperor away from the imperial capital. The central administration must be jammed by now. With the final approver here, it's time for him to return. I'll send troops and support supplies in order. The Empire, too, being a member of the World Guardian Front, will fulfill its role. The Emperor said so, but I couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. The Emperor is the most powerful being among all humans I've met. If he stays here at the monster front, it would be extremely helpful in fending off the monster's invasions. As if knowing what's on my mind, the Emperor gave a sly smile and said, "If the monster's invasions get more intense, I too will lead the army down here. But before that," the Emperor glanced northwards, "I intend to settle the other fronts left in the Empire." The foreign gods front? You mean the Empire's northern front? The war between the Emperor and the invading foreign gods unfolding in the spirit realm. With the Western Dragonblood front having signed a peace treaty and the Central Shadow front exposing its conspiracy and failing. Now, the only remaining fronts of the Empire are the Northern Foreign Gods front and the Southern Monster front. The Emperor stretched and cracked his neck. It's about time for them to stir again. I will have to go there personally to settle it. What will you do with the foreign gods? Even for the mighty Emperor, those 4 foreign gods couldn't be completely vanquished, only held at bay. How does he plan to settle this front with the foreign gods? Do you remember why the foreign gods invaded? To protect their respective guardian races, wasn't it? The 4 foreign gods are guardians of different races. Dwarf, elf, werbeast, mermaid. The progenitors of these 4 races, facing persecution and near extinction of their kind, launched direct attacks to liberate their races. Yes, but, Ash, didn't you recklessly propose liberating these races as a condition? Me? Didn't you promise to accept the 4 races as equal members of the World Guardian Front, treating them equally and liberating them from their enslaved status? At the Emperor's words, I opened my mouth in realization. Oh? What do you mean by oh? Wasn't this all part of your plan? The Emperor smiled with his eyes. But no, this was a real stroke of luck. I hadn't even thought about it. So that's right. Ash, you've already presented the negotiation card the foreign gods wanted. With that condition, I intend to negotiate with them myself. Of course, I'm not sure if we, who have only fought without a word for so long, can easily come to a good conclusion. The Emperor crossed his arms and nodded his head. Abolishing the slavery of the different races and restoring their homelands, in exchange for stopping the fight with the foreign gods. Of course, it's not without loss for the Empire and humanity. But the gains overwhelmingly outweigh the losses. The invasion of the foreign gods was marked as one of the destinies that could destroy the Everblack Empire. Indeed, it was a front the Emperor had been struggling to hold back alone for years. stopping the war and finding peace in exchange for freeing the enslaved different races. It might be a very cheap price to pay. I don't know why I never thought of this before. Worrying about the fate of the empire due to the invasion of the foreign gods, why didn't I think to eliminate the cause? Why didn't I think to listen to them and negotiate? The emperor chuckled and tapped his head. Sitting in this absolute position for a long time, one tends to forget means like compromise and negotiation. As one gets older, pride gets more stubborn. The foreign gods are beings capable of communication and mutual understanding. So I will leave to negotiate with them. The emperor pushed back his chair and rose from the dining table. Suddenly, there seemed to be a flash of light behind him. His presence felt immense. Adjusting his robe, the emperor smiled lightly. And I will join here again before it's too late. So, take good care of this place in the meantime, Ash. Just leave it to me, father. The emperor gazed intently at me, bowing respectfully. Then he suddenly changed the topic. Ash, do you know the concept of divinization? I blinked in confusion. Of course, I knew it. Divinization. In the game, it was the opposite concept of beastification. If one abandons humanity and walks the path of the beast, they become a beast. Conversely, acquiring excessive humanity leads to gaining divinity and ascension. That's what I understand. Quite accurate. Aegis Special Forces Mason and Lucas, who had been transformed into beasts after taking the serum, and Lucas who had abandoned that path. I remembered Lucas's beast-like glaring eyes. Beastification was a power that traded one's humanity for strength. Divinization, on the other hand, was the opposite. A being had to acquire a lot of humanity to gain this trait. Then, do you know how to excessively acquire this humanity? I shook my head at the emperor's question. What even is humanity? I only know that abandoning it turns one into a beast. The emperor explained slowly in a more solemn voice. When a being takes on the lives, souls, and wills of many of their kind, at that moment, that being gets the opportunity to acquire divinity. And if they accept it, divinization proceeds. Suddenly, I recalled what Ader once told me about the conditions for becoming the god of a race. 1. Being the progenitor of that race. 2. Being a great individual who saved the race from a crisis. 3. Lastly, being the sole remaining member of a race after all others have perished. In all three cases, one undergoes the process of bearing the lives and souls of their kin, and through this acquires divinity. In the end, divinization is about obtaining divinity and, literally, becoming a god. Suddenly, I thought of the human guardian goddess bound in the spirit realm. What process had she undergone to become what she was? Also, I remembered the massive foreign gods invading through the spirit realm. They, too, as progenitors of their races, had borne the souls of their kin. Lastly, the face of Goblin God King, Callie Alexander, whom I met on the battlefield, also flashed through my mind. He had the opportunity to obtain this divinity but refused it by his own will. While organizing these concepts in my head, the emperor slowly continued. I too accepted that power. Now I have stopped at the stage of a demigod. The emperor's transcendent martial prowess. It originated from this very process of divinization. I became a transcendent being myself, forcibly proceeding with divinization to face the foreign gods of the spirit realm. Forcibly proceeding? What do you mean? What else could it mean? When one forcibly bears the lives, souls, and wills of others? The emperor laughed bitterly. I made offerings. Yes, human sacrifices. I widened my eyes in shock. Until the presentation of the magic stone in Crossroad, people were being offered as human sacrifices in the imperial capital to operate the dark waters of Everblack. Different race slaves were burned, prisoners of war from enemy nations were burned, and those suspected of being spies were burned. People captured from all over the world were used as fuel. Under the pretext of preventing destruction, the Empire had committed these horrific massacres. And through this process, the Emperor had stolen their lives, souls, and wills. Literally, I burned the lives of my subjects to gain divinity. And with that power, I have sustained the foreign god's front. In the shadows, the emperor smiled chillingly. I felt a shiver run down my spine. Don't suddenly look at me like that. Didn't you know that this father is the world's greatest villain? To protect the empire, the guardians of the empire swore to do whatever it takes. And indeed, they did so, but thanks to you, those atrocities have stopped. Since I presented the magic stone and Serenade distributed it, human sacrifices in the imperial capital stopped. The slaughter of innocents stopped. But that doesn't erase the crimes of those massacres. As the offerings and sacrifices stopped, the divinity I forcibly acquired is also escaping. I am gradually losing my status as a representative of humanity. The emperor clenched and unclenched his fist. To my eyes, his power still seemed immense, but he said it was fading. Why are you telling me this? I appreciated the explanation, but what next? What's the intent behind telling me this? Not quite understanding, I simply asked, and the emperor reached out his hand and, firmly, he gripped my shoulder. If the world really does head towards destruction, you, as the leader of this front, will naturally have the opportunity to gain divinity. I'm telling you this in hopes that you make the right decision then. Facing the golden eyes of the transcendent being, I felt cold sweat trickle down my spine. Me gaining divinity, to have the chance to become a transcendent being like the emperor? When you attain divinity, you can see the ugly truths of this world, and you can never go back to how things were before. But if the world truly spirals into destruction, you will inevitably seize that power. It'll be a situation where you have to grasp at straws. The emperor slowly released my shoulder and then lightly patted it. You have already reshaped the world to your liking, united everyone under a single alliance, and are the commander of this front, leading them all. Now humanity will regard you as their leader, and as a representative of humanity, as a king among kings, you will have to make the ultimate choice. The emperor, with his characteristic fierce smile revealing his back teeth, said, "Will you remain a piece, or become a player?" He spat out the chess game terminology I had heard before. Ultimately, that's what matters in the world. Will you stay as a piece or become the player yourself? Haha. I look forward to the answer you'll choose in the end. After spouting a series of inscrutable setups, the emperor hopped onto Alcatraz and flew away. What the heck was that all about? Chewing over the emperor's words, I let out an exasperated sigh and kicked at the ground in frustration. Enough of these vague and distant talks. What I need is practical support to defeat the monsters right now. Not many days left until the next defense battle. Though the member nations of the World Guardian Front promised to send troops and supplies, the world is vast, and Crossroad is stuck deep in the southern wilderness. It will be some time before all the troops and supplies arrive. In the end, despite having set up a lot, the immediate next defense battle must be carried out with the existing forces. I just have to do what I can. Going on free exploration, crafting equipment, hiring new mercenaries, and training them. Slowly integrating the forces arriving in turn from all around the world into one army. Step by step, one stage at a time, the other seeds I've sown will start to sprout. All right, time for a change. Shaking my shoulders, I shouted, "Let's hit the dungeons." After what felt like a very long time, it was time for free exploration again. Chapter 502. The next day, I came to the dungeon with the main party for the first time in a while, but I'm not in a good mood. Pouting and sulking, the rest of the party members Lucas, Evangeline, Damien, and Junior glanced at me apprehensively. Senior, is something wrong? Eventually, Evangeline cautiously asked, but I just waved my hand. No, don't worry. It's nothing. You say that, but your face looks really bad. Like what? Like a pufferfish that's been slapped in the face. When I glared at her with an actually heated face, Evangeline yelped pufferfish explosion dash and scurried away. Sigh. I took a deep breath and composed myself. Right, I can't let my bad mood affect the party members. The reason for my mood was last night's box opening. I opened all the reward boxes we'd accumulated last night, and it was a disaster with not a single finished item appearing. Especially since there were several SSR grade boxes, how could not a single finished item come out? Instead, a bunch of SSR grade magic cores spilled out. Of course, those are valuable items, but still, you know how it is, right? You expect a legendary item to drop into your hands, shining with dazzling light beams, right? That's when you feel truly rewarded for your hard work. I've been lucky so far. It's true that I've been getting good items from lower grade boxes and have had my share of luck and good finds. But missing out like this with high grade boxes naturally turned me into Ash the Pufferfish, blushing with frustration. Anyway, grumbling like this, we entered the dungeon, and the base camp appeared. Clang, clang. Hearing the familiar sound of a hammer somewhat improved my mood. Kelly Bay was busily hammering away in the base camp's forge. Kelly Bay. Oh, young prince. You're here. Kelly Bay grinned at me, then quickly changed his tone. No, that's not right. I shouldn't call you the young prince anymore. You're the head of the World Guardian Front now. That sounds too grandiose. I'm just a stand-in commander receiving troops to fend off the monsters. That's all. Don't be so modest. You're practically a politician now. Kelly Bay clicked his tongue and then looked puzzled. But why that face? Something bad happen? You look like a pufferfish that's been punched a couple of times. It seems the box opening failure was a bigger blow to my feelings than I thought. I composed myself again. Ahem. I'm still far from being a real politician. Here, New Year celebration food. Take some. Oho. New Year's stew, huh? I'll enjoy it. I distributed food not only to Kelly Bay but also to everyone in the base camp. Even NPCs who weren't close to me naturally accepted it. After continuously giving out various things, maybe I've built some internal camaraderie. As they say, nothing beats gifts for a favorability mission. Coo! The broth's great. Kelly Bay tasted the stew right there and then, but I stopped him from opening a bottle of alcohol. Stop. Have the alcohol later, please. I have an equipment request. Giving me something delicious and then asking me not to eat but to make equipment? Where's your conscience? Instead of answering, I took out the equipment materials I brought. It was none other than the magic cores of the 3 Gorgon sisters. All 3, befitting SSR-grade magic cores, emitted a brilliant light. Kelly Bay hurriedly cleared away the stew pot and clung to the cores as soon as he saw them. Never mind what I just said. This is even more delicious. Immediately shifting into blacksmith mode, Kelly Bay swallowed his saliva and turned his sharp eyes towards me. This is certainly a fine material for crafting something exceptional. What shall I make for you? I pondered for a moment. Equipment made from the magic cores of the top-tier monsters, the Gorgon sisters. The end product would undoubtedly be of ultimate quality. Given the nature of the Gorgon sisters, it's better to craft armor. As rock monsters who lived with petrification, their defense is exceptionally strong. In fact, I had already decided on making armor without much thought. The issue was, whose armor? First of all, Lucas urgently needs armor. Glancing at Lucas, as expected, he was vigorously signaling his current lack of armor. With a pitiable face, he hugged his armorless upper body with both arms and sent me a pleading look. What are you doing now? Evangeline asked with a stunned expression, but Lucas continued his please give me equipment appeal. I sweated. The black armor sets, Midnight and Dusk, Lucas wore before were completely destroyed. He had been wearing spare equipment for the recent battle, but even those armors were now shattered. Armor for a Vanguard character is a matter of life and death. It needs to be replaced quickly. But the Gorgon sisters' equipment would be too heavy. In the game, I had crafted armor from this high-quality material a few times, but due to being made from solid stone, it turned out to be incredibly heavy. Regardless of whether it could be worn, it unavoidably slowed down movement. Lucas is a nimble knight with impressive agility. The excessively heavy Gorgon armor would not suit his style. Then the Gorgon armor should go to Torkel, of course. Torkel, having awakened his ultimate skill and risen to the rank of Elite Tier 1 tank, also currently lacks proper armor. His shield was also significantly damaged in the recent battle. Since he's not a character known for agility, it would be fitting to equip him with this heavy armor and use him as a mobile fortress. So, I ordered a full set of heavy armor along with a large shield. The magic cores were allocated 2 for the armor and 1 for the shield. Kelly Bay nodded in satisfaction. Just as I expected. You know your stuff. All right, I'll start crafting right away. Kelly Bay, chuckling with delight, grabbed the magic cores and rushed into his workshop. However, Lucas's reaction was quite the opposite. He drooped his arms and wore a look full of discontent, realizing the equipment being made was for Torkel. Wow, another pufferfish. Damien, who had just finished distributing stew to other NPCs, exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Lucas's face. Junior, standing behind, covered her mouth and giggled. Lucas, it's all right, my lord. Even without armor, I am invincible. I might get hurt, feel pain, shed tears, but it's your decision, my lord. I'm okay with it. He's clearly not okay, and he's really upset. Clang, clang. Just then, Evangeline suddenly activated her armor. Snow White. Behind me. In an instant, she was clad in a dazzling white armor, covering her mouth as she laughed. Oh my mistake, I accidentally wore the Lake Kingdom's strongest magical armor, SNOW. WHITE. Oh dear, I guess I'm still prone to errors. At this, Lucas's face swelled up. A pufferfish. A huge pufferfish. A blonde, blue-eyed protagonist pufferfish. And it's about to burst. Calm down, Lucas. I'm preparing a separate armor for you. My urgent shout made the Lucas pufferfish deflate instantly. As if he never got angry, Lucas returned to his usual golden retriever-like face and smiled gently. Haha, of course. I have always believed in you, my lord. Is that so? Absolutely. I never doubted that you would prepare the best armor for me, far superior to Evangeline's antique armor. No, that's absurd. Even under blatant pressure, that's absurd. Of course, I had in mind the final armor for Lucas, but it was impossible to farm it right now. I had only intended to somehow provide him with suitable armor for the time being. No choice then. There were no reward chests available for immediate opening. Nor was there a specific dungeon to farm the materials for the armor. Is it time to use this? I pulled out an item I had been keeping all along. It was a magic key glowing blue. My party members, especially Junior, lit up their eyes. What's this? It's a magic key to open an event dungeon. Magical Goblin Room Key. It was a key item I received as a full clear bonus when I cleared the Mage Tower in Zone 8. I had postponed using it, as there hadn't been a suitable opportunity for free exploration, but today seemed like the day. Damien clapped his hands. Ah, are we going to a place similar to the Golden Goblin Room we entered before? Yes, you remember, Damien. We had previously entered the Golden Goblin Room and farmed items. Damien had sniped and caught all the quick golden goblins. While the Golden Goblin Room's rewards were mainly materials, the Magical Goblin Room offered magical items. Though primarily consumables, equipment occasionally dropped as well. Today we'll raid this place. Coco Granny. As we approached Coco, the Sever's magic workshop, we saw Coco pouring today's stew into a magic cauldron. No, why mix that? Just eat it. Sweating profusely, Coco gestured to me. Oh, isn't it the young prince? What brings you here today? Please open this with the key. Coco, taking the key I handed over, grinned silently. Picking up rare items again. I see. Now, stand back. I'm opening the door. Coco took the magic key, inserted it into the empty air beside her, and turned it vigorously. Then, swoosh, a gap opened in the thin air, eventually forming a long oval-shaped magic door. Blue magic particles scattered in all directions. All right, kids, let's go treasure hunting. I was the first to jump through the door. Flash dash. The magical goblin room was similar in appearance and rules to the previous golden goblin room. In this circular dome-shaped event dungeon, defeating a magical goblin would yield items. The difference was, while only 3 golden goblins appeared and were very fast, requiring Damien's skills to catch them, dozens of magical goblins appeared, and they were much slower, making them easier to hunt. However, there was another difference. Squeak, swoosh dash. These shining blue goblins, each one provided items of not very high quality. Mostly, they scattered an enormous amount of trivial items like potions and scrolls. The dungeon room quickly piled up with these items. But as there were many, they started to drop complete equipment items as well. We hunted the magical goblins enthusiastically, with fire in our eyes. Flash. The first equipment obtained was an SR grade, a shimmering purple rosario. It was a priest-exclusive item that enhances divine power output. Ah, this will be perfect for Zennies. I gratefully picked up the rosario. The next items were an R-grade orb and an SR-grade single-edged longsword. The orb had an option to increase total magic power, and the long sword held a special ability to increase its cutting power when soaked in the user's blood. Ah, this will be perfect for Chain and Nobody, our new recruits. I quickly stashed them in my inventory. The next equipment we found were various small accessories. Rings, necklaces, dice, and other ornaments that didn't have remarkable abilities but modestly increased stats. Ah, these will be perfect for the Gamblers Club kids. I haven't given them any equipment since they joined. Let's take care of the Gamblers Club kids too. After that, more equipment kept dropping. Axes and spears that Duskbringer would like, longbows and arrows for the Holy Grail Seekers, close-range weapons and leather armors for the Penal Squad. Ah! As I scooped up all sorts of items, I sneakily glanced around. I saw Lucas swelling up with anticipation. We were almost done clearing out the remaining magical goblins in the dungeon. But still, no suitable armor for Lucas had appeared. To make matters worse, every time Evangeline picked up new equipment, she would tease, "Ah, Uncle Lucas, it's armor." "Really? Ah, no, it's not armor. My mistake. Sorry." Trembling. Lucas was swelling up even more. "No. Stop. Pufferfish. Don't explode. Stop it." That was when it happened. Bang dash. Crunch. Damien sniped and took down the last magical goblin. Flash. From the item dropped by that goblin, a dazzling golden light burst forth. What? An SSR grade? Startled, I turned to look, and right beside me, Lucas urgently exclaimed, "Is that armor? Isn't that my line?" Chapter 503. It appeared. The robe. The last magical goblin dropped an SSR grade item, which was a robe for magic users. Black with gold embroidery, it looked extremely luxurious at first glance. Let's see, the name is Past Future SSR. What's this? I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The ultimate mage armor. Past Future. This robe, ordinary in other stats, was crowned as the ultimate armor because of its one special option, the ability to draw future magic power. You can borrow magic power from 3 days in the future and use it now. The more magic power you borrow, the more you will have to repay after 3 days. Though you have to repay exactly, if not more, later, the ability to draw magic power in urgent times is a tremendous advantage. Especially in this cursed defense game, where it's very frequent to use every means at hand immediately, having this robe would be incredibly useful, even if it means suffering a bit in a few days for using more magic now. Not armor, though. Lucas looked down at the robe with a gloomy expression. Whoosh! Junior, darting forward, snatched the robe. In Junior's eyes, a terrifying greed surged momentarily. That's right. She inherited her mother's gold rush trait. Without a word, Junior swiftly draped the robe over herself. Then, with a blissful expression, she twirled on the spot. What a beautiful night! Technically, it was still daytime outside. But well, the dungeon was dark enough, and Lucas' face was even darker than the dungeon. Unable to watch any longer, I patted Lucas on the shoulder. Lucas, Remember what I said earlier. I am preparing a separate armor just for you. Lucas looked at me with hopeful eyes, but I decided to be honest. However, that equipment is not immediately obtainable. Lucas' ultimate armor can be obtained from the deepest part of Zone 9. I had intended to obtain a suitable armor to use until we get that armor, but alas, we spectacularly failed. So, let's make an armor at the forge together for now. Currently, the routes to craft equipment are Kellebay's Magic Forge and the regular forge in Crossroad. Kellebay's Magic Forge generally produces better quality, but it's slower. Besides, there are other equipment orders currently in place. On the other hand, Crossroads' regular forge may not match Kellebay's in quality, but it's much faster. This is more suitable for Lucas, who needs armor immediately. We've also obtained a bunch of SSR-grade magic cores from yesterday's crate opening. We can do a custom make, filling it with the options Lucas needs. Lucas seemed a bit disappointed at first, but soon returned to his composed self when I consoled him. Understood, my lord. I've been behaving too childishly. No, I totally get it. Everyone has a desire for items. Truth be told, I'm a bit disappointed too since I didn't find any suitable equipment for myself today. But even as I consoled him, Lucas closed his eyes and shook his head. Blaming the equipment, coveting the equipment, I may have momentarily forgotten my duty as a knight. I apologize, my lord. This disgraced self will gladly wear whatever you bestow upon me, even if it were mere rags. No, no rags. I'll get you something new from the forge. I briefly imagined Lucas in tattered rags, perhaps wearing that tin helmet again. Embarrassedly, that would just make him a pervert. The other party members joined in to console Lucas. Of course, Sir Lucas. The armor made in the forge will be fantastic, Junior exclaimed brightly from behind, but it seemed a bit deceptive as she danced around in the newly acquired SSR-grade robe. Absolutely. The equipment from Crossroads Forge is top-notch. Damien spoke as if he was introducing a local specialty, but with him clutching the Venom Fong SSR and wearing the Black Queen SSR, it also felt quite deceptive. Finally, Evangeline. Huh? I thought she might start tap dancing in her Snow White again, but surprisingly, she stayed quiet, just smiling enigmatically. Even if it were rags, he said he would gladly wear them. Both Lucas and I looked at Evangeline, who was smiling with a sense of dread. What is it? Why is she smiling like that? Senior, we're not ending today's exploration with this goblin room, right? Oh right. Since we're here, we might as well explore deeper. But if we go exploring like that, Uncle Lucas can't go as he is now. He'll need to wear some temporary armor. That's right. I just happen to have a perfect set of temporary armor. Evangeline clapped her hands joyfully. Great. I'll lend it to you for free. Temporary armor? I blinked, not quite understanding, but Lucas's face turned pale. Wait, don't tell me that temporary armor is? I knew this day would come, so I kept it well maintained. Base camp. Forge. Evangeline ran to Kellybay and made a request. Kellybay, as if he had been waiting, took out a set of equipment from inside the forge and thumped it onto the table. Behold, the bone armor. Lucas, inspecting the absurdly shaped old bone armor laid out in front of him, suddenly shouted, "No, this is the armor Evangeline used to wear. It was that very armor with solid defense Evangeline wore before her Snow White. Don't worry, I adjusted the size to standard. If you're going to wear it, I'll adjust it further right away." No, that's not the problem. Lucas trembled, trying to protest, but I grinned and gave a thumbs up. Great, Lucas. This bone armor has amazing performance. It'll be fine until your new armor is completed. My lord. That's not the issue. Then Evangeline, with an evil grin, tapped the bone armor with her hand. You said you would gladly wear rags, right? Gulp. And what did everyone say when I received this armor? They said it was cool, impressive, right? So, Uncle Lucas wearing this armor will be enjoyable too. right? Evangeline's green eyes glinted menacingly, as if implying Lucas should experience the same humiliation she had. Standing in front of the musty-smelling bone armor, Lucas trembled. I patted him on the back reassuringly. We're going deep in today's exploration. Just wear it for today, Lucas. Groan. Lucas, conflicted, eventually shivered and put on the bone armor. Wow! He had always had the vibe of a sleek, cool city knight, but wearing the bone armor, he suddenly transformed, like a primitive ancient jungle bandit. I muttered under my breath, without realizing. Clothes do make a huge difference. Unable to hold back, Evangeline burst into laughter, while Damien and Junior, their faces turning red, desperately tried to contain their giggles. Holding the helmet made from the skull of a dragon species, Lucas looked at me with pleading eyes. I nodded emphatically. Performance first. Does being fashionable save lives? Performance is the top priority. Ultimately, donning the bone helmet, Lucas transformed into a menacing figure, totally unfitting for a blonde-haired, blue-eyed protagonist. Moreover, since the armor was originally worn by Evangeline, it was a bit tight even after adjusting the size. If we had dressed him like this during the Protect the Empire broadcast, viewers would have gone crazy. I may not be the most fashion-savvy, but even I can tell. This is pervert look. I'm sorry, Evangeline. Realizing my mistake too late, I apologized quietly, and Evangeline smiled sweetly, whispering, "It's okay. Seeing Uncle Lucas like this makes it all forgivable." Eventually, Lucas, fully clad in the bone armor, was now unmistakably angry. He drew his sword in one swift motion and roared, "For my lord, this Lucas, I will willingly become even more wretched." I thought to myself, there's no way he could look worse than this. I kept that thought to myself as Lucas continued to bellow tearfully. Who is the monster we're facing this time? I will kill them all. The Monster Legion of Stage 24 was already confirmed by other parties' independent explorations. The Bird Monster Legion. It was time for the return of the Flying Monster Legion. These creatures might be called birds, but their behavior is more like a swarm of locusts. Entering deeper into the dungeon, I explained the ecology and habits of the Bird Monster Legion. They're a flock of giant magic-mutated birds that devour every living thing in their path. They're tough, big, have regenerative abilities, and most importantly, fast. The fastest of all flying monsters. They don't have specific resistances like gargoyles or lesser dragons, but their ability to fly and speed alone make them a formidable enemy. So, let's break a dungeon today and get a feel for how to deal with these creatures. Entering Dungeon Zone 7, I continued my explanation. This time, we're heading to a small-scale dungeon in Zone 7. Among the dungeons in Zone 7, it's the smallest, with a maximum entry limit of 5 people. With our current elite team of 5, we should be able to clear it without too much difficulty. Still, to be cautious, I briefed everyone on the tactics I had prepared to face them, and we entered the dungeon. Caw, caw, crash, flap, flap. For some reason, as soon as the bird monsters saw us, they frantically fled in terror. What's going on? Why are they acting like this? Confused, we caught them one by one, and slowly we realized. The bird monsters weren't afraid of us. They were terrified of Lucas. Why? Lucas trembled, wondering, do I look so monstrous that even the monsters are scared of me? Sure, the sight was a bit distressing, but it shouldn't have this effect. Pondering, I suddenly exclaimed, realizing the reason. Now that I think about it, the bone armor is made from the bones of a red dragon subspecies. I remembered Kelly Bay explaining this when Evangeline received the armor. And hundreds of years ago, it was the red dragons who caused the extinction of the Bird Monster Legion. Ah! In other words, a natural predator. A predator that had caused their kind's extinction. The armor, made from the bones of a red dragon. That's why they're shivering and fleeing at the mere sight of you in that armor. The bone armor had an unexpected utility. What was initially just a joke and for Evangeline to tease Lucas, turned out to be an incredibly effective item in the battle against the Bird Monster Legion. It was so useful that Lucas couldn't complain or throw tantrums about wearing it any longer. Rayera! Lucas roared, fiercely slashing through the fleeing bird monsters. We quietly followed behind. This exploration is quite easy. Thus, we managed to cleanly clear one of the dungeons in Zone 7 without much difficulty. We have some time left than I expected. Checking my pocket watch, I was deep in thought. Both the magical goblin room and this dungeon were cleared much faster than anticipated. We still had plenty of time and energy left in our party. Should we do a bit more scouting? Let's do it. It's too early to return when we're still so energetic. The other party members agreed, and I too, wanting to make the most of our elite party, decided to conduct a bit more reconnaissance deep in the dungeon. That was a mistake. Exiting the safe zone of the cleared dungeon and entering the dark alleys of Zone 7, after about 5 minutes of walking, suddenly, Evangeline, who was leading with a torch, slowly stopped. "Evangeline?" I asked, puzzled. She scanned the surroundings with furrowed brows and whispered, "Doesn't something feel off?" "What?" "The darkness." At that moment, I felt a breeze against my cheek. "It's too thick." "Who?" It sounded like someone exhaling a cold breath. And then, the next moment, flick, out went the torch. Not just the torch. The lantern held by another party member, and even the unfailing blue flame torch in my hand. All of them. In the last 2 years, since we started entering these dungeons, our lights had never gone out. Until now, they all disappeared. In that instant, I suddenly remembered the advice Nameless gave when we first came to this dungeon. Never, ever, extinguish the fire. The world lost its light. "Oh no, don't dash." Before I could finish my sentence, from all around us, the tangible, suffocating darkness surged towards us like a tidal wave. Chapter 504. In Protect the Empire, the most frequent period for game overs is when? Based on 742 attempts and 741 failures, it can be said. The game ends most often, naturally, at the very beginning. In the beginning, difficult enemies appear, bad luck and mistakes accumulate, leading to the demise of key heroes, and with the damage piling up. In the early stages, when all resources are scarce, even a small loss can trigger a massive snowball effect. Thus, the majority of game overs occur right at the very beginning. Then, after the very early stages, when is the next most frequent time for game overs? When the front lines have stabilized. The time when awakened heroes join the party, endgame equipment is acquired, and various resources begin to cycle organically. This is the moment when one would think that any crisis could be safely overcome. Right now, the very end of the second year, the beginning of the third year. This is when the game ends with high probability. Because of the most fatal mistake of all, complacency. Even an awakened hero who has finished farming equipment can be killed if surrounded by numerous monsters. And even fully upgraded walls will crumble in the face of the waves of siege monsters. A small moment of complacency can instantly ruin the game. As a commander on the front line, I must not let my guard down for even a moment. That's why I felt so aggrieved right now. I never let my guard down. I had brought my elite party and was always prepared for any emergency. Especially since, from experience, the late second year to the early third year is when complacency most often creeps in. Of course, I had also considered the possibility of being attacked by monsters. How many commanders of the Nightmare Legion had I encountered in this darkness? I even had an escape plan ready for that. But, what is this? The flames of the torches and the lantern's light went out simultaneously. That much is possible. But the blue flame torch I was holding is a special torch that's supposed to never go out. It's a torch that doesn't extinguish even in strong winds or when drenched with water. Yet the light was gone. In other words, it's not that the flame went out, the torch itself was nearly destroyed. The concept of darkness enveloped us, and every item capable of producing light was neutralized. In an instant, a sticky darkness poured down. I shouted urgently, "Everyone, Find a way to produce light dash. Before I could finish speaking, my quick-witted party members were already using their means to light up the area. Whoosh dash! Lucas drew his sword of light, and Evangeline summoned the spirit of fire enchanted in her spear. Junior sparked lightning, and from Damien's gun muzzle, a muzzle flash burst forth. But it's too late. The party members, each flashing a brilliant light, were already swept away by the pouring darkness, scattered in all directions. The darkness poured over us like floodwaters, casting us aside, and even the faint light emitted by each party member was engulfed. The party members shouted something at me, but I couldn't hear them anymore. I was swallowed by the raging currents of darkness. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sound of insects gnawing on something. A familiar sound made by the darkness enveloping the Lake Kingdom. The sound grew louder. As I listened, the insect noises took on the form of words, amplifying and becoming clear in my ears. Perish. Explode. Perish explode, 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 perish explode. I remember hearing these cursed words before. In the first year, when facing the Vampire King, when entering the path of the Overlord, that's when I heard the voice. You won't die, you bastards. I didn't know who was hurling such curses, but I gritted my teeth and muttered to myself. We won't fail, we won't lose. With just this level of curse. With just this level of darkness. If they thought they could stop me, wasn't that a rather insignificant attempt? I had faced all manner of tangible threats and fought hellish battles. The depth of the struggles we've endured is far too great to kneel to such intangible fears. Whoosh! I felt my inner mental barrier activate, neutralizing the pouring curses. My passive, unyielding commander was a broken skill that shone even brighter as we moved towards the endgame. It was blocking all kinds of mental attacks that could come at any time. But, even if I was okay, what about my party members? That worry was brief. I soon realized that my body was sitting somewhere, in pitch darkness. Despite my eyes being wide open, I couldn't see anything. But because of that, my hearing became extremely sensitive. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. I could clearly hear footsteps approaching from afar. I stared in the direction from which the footsteps were coming. Soon, the footsteps stopped not far away. And then, do you know where the darkness that shrouds the Lake Kingdom comes from? A cool, refreshing, and slightly cracked voice of a young woman reached my ears. I retorted irritably. Now are we even distinguishing between imported and domestic darkness? If it's shrouding the Lake Kingdom, it must be local darkness, right? Is foreign darkness more expensive or something? Then the unseen interlocutor chuckled softly. If it were ordinary darkness, you would be right. Darkness, after all, is simply the absence of light. But the darkness here is not so simple. It's the result of a curse, a tangible evil. I heard the footsteps of the newcomer sit down somewhere in front of me. Well, if we're being precise, it could be considered imported. It's not from this world. I was the one taken aback. My flippant remark was true. Darkness is imported? Seriously. Recently, more and more incomprehensible plot twists keep coming up. I'm not interested in such settings, you know? Just let me clear the game. This darkness from another world is very interested in you, player. Just as I am very interested in you. The voice chuckled softly. So, from now on, be more careful with your light. Otherwise, you might get caught again by someone with impure intentions. Oh, wait a moment. May I light one up? The figure in the darkness said this, rummaged around, and then, tap, 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 click, struck a match. In the pitch-black darkness, the small match flame felt almost like a firework. The figure slowly touched the brilliant match flame to the end of a long pipe. I watched quietly as the figure leisurely lit a cigarette and packed the tobacco, illuminated by the bright match flame. wearing a wide-sleeved robe, a small beaded tiara with dangling decorations, and a face covered by a large talisman attached to the tiara. An undead, a lich archmage, seeking eternal life. The third-ranked Legion commander, Grand Sorceress White Knight, was there. Finally, White Knight finished packing the tobacco in the pipe and was ready to smoke, then grasped the talisman covering her face. "Excuse me, I can't keep my face covered while smoking." With that, she removed the talisman. Beneath the talisman, a face with the pale moonlight color of light blue was revealed. Jiangshi, a high-ranking undead created by the sorcery of the East. Despite being a corpse's body, surprisingly, her face was flushed. If not for the blue complexion, she could easily be mistaken for a living person. White Knight then removed the beaded crown she was wearing. With the removal of the ornate crown and the beaded decorations, her neatly tied-up hair cascaded down her back. Sigh! Looking much more relaxed with a pipe in her mouth, White Knight slowly drew in the smoke, then exhaled leisurely. The tobacco, seemingly enchanted, emitted a creepily sweet scent. With a languid expression of satisfaction, White Knight was enjoying her smoke when she suddenly exclaimed. Her cat-like tricolored eyes narrowed. "Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm White Knight." "I know. Have you already met another version of me, player?" White Knight gave me a sly smile. The red makeup around her eyes was irksome, but since when do Jiangshi smile with their eyes? I recalled the other White Knight I had met. The Lich White Knight realized the finiteness of the body after seeking immortality. Therefore, she decided to pursue eternal life by transferring her consciousness, digitized, into a machine. The research was successful, and White Knight managed to digitize her consciousness and insert it into the machinery of the Mage Tower. But that's when the problem arose. The White Knight that remained in the physical world inside the Jiangshi's body, the one in front of me. The digitized White Knight in the electronic world of the Mage Tower, that other one. One consciousness had thus split into two separate entities. Originally, as per the agreement, the physical world's White Knight should have committed suicide to maintain the uniqueness of her existence, but she refused to die. In hindsight, it makes sense. A lich is an undead mage who has fled from death. Even if the other me achieves immortality, there's no reason for me to die. Thus, the two White Knights went their separate ways, and the material world's White Knight joined forces with the Demon King, becoming a commander of the Nightmare Legion. The electronic world's White Knight continued her research in her Mage Tower. I had first met the electronic world's White Knight and promised to cooperate with the skull inside her monitor. In exchange for her various forms of assistance, I agreed to kill the material world's White Knight right before my eyes. Now, the material world's White Knight has approached me in this situation. Damn. It's confusing with both having the same name. Could one of them change their name to Black Knight or something? It's getting increasingly ambiguous for me, caught between two with the same identity. Sigh. White Knight exhaled a long stream of smoke again and gestured with her chin. So, what did you think of meeting me trapped in the Mage Tower? At least there was no smell of cigarettes. I waved my hand irritably to disperse the smoke drifting my way. Weren't you a lich seeking immortality? And yet you smoke like this? Statistically, smokers die earlier than non-smokers, you know? Why would I care about smoking with a body that neither dies nor decays? Rather, it's a benefit to indulge in the vices I couldn't easily indulge in when I had a body of the living. The next moment, White Knight snapped her fingers. Snap. Immediately, flames lined up beside her. Turning to look, a long table was there, and dozens of candles on the table were simultaneously lit. On the table were exotic delicacies I had never seen or heard of before, and various luxurious bottles of liquor I had never seen before, filling the table. White Knight gestured again, and one of the bottles floated up, filling 2 crystal glasses. Grabbing the floating glass, White Knight sent one towards me. Want a drink? It might lead to some honest conversation. I have nothing honest to discuss with you. That's disappointing. I had quite a chat with the other me. Muttering, White Knight gulped down the drink. Ah, Wonderful. The Lake Kingdom might not be known for much, but its liquor is exceptional. While White Knight kept drinking and smoking, she also enjoyed the snacks on the table. This was getting more and more unlike what I had imagined. A lich archmage pursuing eternal life. I thought she would have a more religious, ascetic vibe. But why is she so earnest about human indulgences like smoking and eating? I never cared for these things before. I paid no attention to bodily pleasures, immersed in magical research. While nibbling on a fruit from the table, White Knight murmured. But then, after completing my research on immortality and transferring my consciousness to the digital world, the moment I saw that she, a copy of me, reached the utopia I had spent my life building, and not me, White Knight's face, busy with eating and drinking, did not show satisfaction from the meal. It was when I was left here in this reality, unable to reach the world of immortality, I realized. It was a sense of loss, a hunger that could never be filled. My life's work was just a sacrifice for someone else, not me. In that utopia, she, my copy, told me to commit suicide. That's when I decided. White Knight smirked. To hell with it, I'll live as I please. Don't make me laugh. Why should I be the one to sacrifice? I'm the one who's lived this long life, who's done this cursed research on immortality. She's just a lucky copy. Her growling was surrounded by a mist-like darkness that rose around her. After calming down, White Knight glanced at me and smiled slyly again. Well, by now you must have guessed why I brought you here to have this conversation. Yeah. The reason she's rambling on without attacking me is probably that she wants the same thing from me as the other White Knight requested. That is, kill my other self. As expected, that was it. Both of the split lich mages wanted the same thing from me. To kill the other version of themselves. Crossing my legs, I asked slowly, why should I do that? If you do, I'll rebel against the Demon King. What? I frowned. White Knight put her hand over her chest and continued. Me, White Knight, the third-ranked Legion Commander and Grand Sorceress, along with my entire Legion of Liches, will rise against the Demon King. We'll join your side and fight together. White Knight narrowed her distinctive tricolored eyes even more. Most importantly, I have the means to kill that Demon King. How about it? The sly smile on the pale face of the Jiangshi grew wider. Quite an appealing offer, isn't it? Chapter 505. Legion Commander White Knight and Mage Tower Master White Knight. The material world's Jiangshi White Knight and the digital world's Cyber Lich White Knight. Whose side will I take? This was a branching quest that also occurred in the game. Depending on the choice made, the progression of events would change. If I support Legion Commander Jiangshi White Knight, the Lich Legion becomes independent from the Demon King's forces, forming a third faction and becoming hostile to the Demon King. The defense battle against White Knight and her Lich Legion at the crossroad is also skipped. If I support Mage Tower Master Cyber Lich White Knight, the 8th Zone's Mage Tower expands its influence, engulfing the entire district, turning it into a friendly area. In short, supporting Legion Commander White Knight allows skipping the defense battle and gaining additional benefits in subsequent defenses. Supporting Mage Tower Master White Knight means skipping the 8th Zone's free exploration and gaining additional benefits in subsequent explorations. Tower defense or dungeon offense. The choice depends on where the emphasis is placed, deciding who will be the real White Knight. However, I know through the game's memory. Both choices come with risks to be faced later. I wanted to negotiate with you like this. It's not yet time for me to join the battle, but I came to meet you in advance. White Knight said this nonchalantly. Just so you know, after this invasion, the next opponent you'll face is me. There'll be no room for negotiation then. Thanks for the clear warning. Stage 25 opponent is this Grand Sorceress. Huh? Perfect as a troublesome boss monster to start the third year. I'm strong, player. It might sound like arrogance, but me and my legion are in no way inferior to those Demon King's Guardian or the Black Dragon Swarm. Of course, that's expected. A legion of lich magicians, centuries old. Considering that magicians in this world are compared to fighter jets in terms of strategic weaponry, and these ancient magicians hold the essence of magic now lost in modern times. This legion of undead magicians would indeed possess earth-shattering power. But if you're so strong, why ask for my help? Why not just use the power of you and your legion to attack the mage tower and kill your other self? That's impossible. White Knight exhaled a long sigh mixed with the smell of nicotine and alcohol. We know each other too well to kill each other. We're aware of all the moves the other can make. The mage tower controlled by Mage Tower Master White Knight is a powerful magical stronghold. It's the strongest base in Zone 8, filled with various magical traps and artifacts. The reason I could clear it easily before was because Mage Tower Master White Knight allowed me to enter. Even the mighty Lich Legion couldn't penetrate it. Plus, both White Knights thoroughly understand each other's thoughts. They were stuck in a stalemate, unable to kill each other. That's why I'm asking you. If you've managed to kill other Nightmare Legion commanders, you might be able to kill my other self too. What about your monstrous friends? A joke, right? Those fools wouldn't stand a chance against the other me. Entrenched in the Mage Tower. White Knight snorted and gestured towards me with her chin. The living variable itself. The Nightmare Slayer. You're the most likely to succeed. That's why I'm asking you. Appreciate the high regard. I grumbled and gestured back. What if I refuse this offer? Then the upcoming defense battle will be much harsher than you expect. A monstrous, threatening smile appeared on White Knight's lips. Who do you think persuaded the Gorgon sisters to join the last defense battle? It was you, of course. When the Gorgon sisters invaded in stage 23, before dying, one of them said, "White Knight, that damned one, deceived us, led my sisters to death again." The one who brought forward the Gorgon sisters, originally meant to appear in the 3rd year, was this monster before me. Why did you do that? The city suffered significant damage from the Gorgon sisters, and precious lives were lost. As I glared and asked, White Knight smirked and put a cigarette to her lips. I wanted to show and prove my ability in advance. If I put my mind to it, I can coax even the higher-level monsters who normally wouldn't join the battle to strike first. So think carefully, player. White Knight was openly threatening. If you refuse my offer in this invasion, not only the Bird Monster Legion but all sorts of other higher-level monsters will be mixed in and sent out. That would make this winter a particularly dreadful season for you, wouldn't it? Even if you manage to survive in the next invasion, I will personally destroy humanity. White Knight did not emit the terrifying evil energy like the other Legion commanders. She simply, quietly produced darkness, like cigarette smoke, quietly, covertly, and lethally. The rising darkness eroded everything around it. But if you kill the other me, you'll have a powerful Lich Legion at your disposal, capable of commanding other monster legions and possessing the means to kill the Demon King. No need to ponder, right? White Knight mumbled, looking at me with cat-like eyes. Above all, you can understand us, right? What? You can empathize with our situation. That's why I approached you. The pale lips of the Jiangshi monster curled into a sinister smile. You're a fake too, player. A copy, implanted with someone else's personality. I clenched my mouth shut and glared at White Knight. How does she know that I am a being patched together, overlaying a personality from another world? White Knight laughed leisurely, smoking her cigarette. After a moment of silence, I slowly opened my mouth. Fine, I'll do as you say, but I have a condition too. White Knight raised her eyebrows, signaling me to continue. I went on. Show me your sincerity first. Sincerity? The monsters invading in this defense battle, the Bird Monster Legion, deal with them yourself. Let's skip stage 24 for free. It was a shot in the dark, but White Knight surprisingly nodded readily. That's easy as pie. Is that all you need? Just verifying your sincerity. Deal. They'll gladly kill that Bird Monster King for you. Don't worry. Your winter will be very peaceful. Then White Knight leaned in close to me. But player, you know, right? Her tricolored eyes and mine locked in a stare. You can't just take my goodwill and not deliver. If you do, I'll make you pay back several times over later. Let's both make sure it's a wise and satisfying deal. White Knight slowly pulled away from me. That's when it happened. Whoosh dash. A tear appeared in the darkness from afar, and a blinding light burst forth. I squinted towards it. Emerging from the split darkness was a familiar figure, draped in tattered robes, long white hair trailing on the ground, holding a dazzlingly bright, ancient iron sword. The dungeon's merchant NPC and the rightful heir to the Lake Kingdom. Princess Nameless appeared. Ash! Nameless swung her sword, cutting through the darkness as she rushed forward and shouted urgently. I'm here to save you. Oh dear. This is unexpected. White Knight clicked her tongue and quickly ducked away. The valiant champion of light has come to rescue the frail prince. The evil which better run away quickly. Even you seem to have trouble handling that friend of yours, don't you? Well, yeah. For monsters like us, that Princess Light is the worst possible match. But, White Knight chuckled briefly, that won't last long. That princess, she's reaching her limit. Leaving these meaningful words behind, White Knight snapped her fingers. I'm going to make my escape now. Let's both keep our promises. As she snapped her fingers, the table with food and drinks, and the smoking pipe all disappeared, and White Knight too was enveloped in a thick fog-like darkness and vanished. Clang! Nameless, who had swung her sword at the empty air where White Knight had been, gasped for breath roughly. Ha! 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 Did she escape? With the departure of the Nightmare Legion commander, the darkness around slowly began to recede. Only then did I realize where we were. Endless rows of seats and a huge stage. Dungeon Zone 8. The Grand Theater. The final dungeon of Zone 8 and the stronghold of the Lich Legion. They had dragged me here. Fortunately, no other monsters were in sight. It seemed White Knight had taken care of them all. I quickly ran towards the gasping Nameless. Nameless! Ash! Nameless smiled weakly with an exhausted face. Again with the reckless actions. It's you who's reckless. You came all this way to save me. I happened to run into your subordinates. They told me you were kidnapped, begging me to save you. So, I rushed here immediately. Are my subordinates safe? They are strong. Even swept up in this darkness, they all survived. I tried to rush over and support the staggering Nameless, but she refused and then collapsed onto the floor. Go back to your subordinates quickly. And you! I'll rest here a bit and then return. Nameless shook her head slightly. Don't worry. I'm just a little tired. A bit of rest and I'll be fine. Behind Nameless, something unprecedented was there. Darkness. The darkness, like iron chains, binding a prisoner's legs, was wrapped around her back and limbs, sprawling on the ground. Seeing her entwined in this unfamiliar thing, a sense of unease overwhelmed me. Nameless realized that her fate was nearing its end. The words of Coco the Severer ominously echoed in my mind. The image of the final boss, the sleepless lake princess, whom I had defeated once in the game, also flashed before my eyes. Nameless. I still didn't understand why Nameless transformed into such a state at the end. Nor did I know how to save her. Yet I firmly said, wanting to give her what I could. I've been looking for you too. I had been searching to meet her again for quite a long time, but due to Nameless' seclusion, I never had the chance to tell her. At my words, Nameless blinked in confusion. Me? Why? Her eyes, once clear as a tranquil lake, were now clouded with fatigue. Looking into those eyes, I smiled warmly. I created an alliance in the outside world called the World Guardian Front. All the free-willed nations have joined. It's a coalition fighting against the monsters. You've accomplished such a thing in the meantime? Impressive, Ash. Join us. What? The hazy look in Nameless' eyes suddenly sharpened. As she looked at me in confusion, I nodded my head. As a representative of the Lake Kingdom and as one who fights against darkness, you and the Lake Kingdom should also join the World Guardian Front. After all these battles are over, when the Lake Kingdom returns to the world of light, to become a part of the world once again, it's necessary. Nameless, with a dazed expression, listened to my words. Her parched lips slowly moved. Return? Really? Can my country return? The black iron chains wrapped around her limbs shivered and vibrated. Can I escape this darkness and enter into the light? Chapter 506. Nu, Eshi. Stammering, Nameless let out a hollow laugh. How could that be possible? My country is the culprit behind all these tragedies, producing monsters. Such a thing is impossible. My country, I myself, do not deserve it.
No.
You do. I grasped Nameless' weary shoulders and slowly lifted her up. If you hadn't stopped the monsters here for the last 500 years, humanity would have perished long ago. You are not only the rightful heir to this country, but also a princess who has taken on responsibilities no one else did. A princess with virtue and conviction. It was clear that the production of monsters was not the will of the Lake Kingdom, but the dark will that had engulfed it. Though the Lake Kingdom had fallen into being a colony that produced monsters under the Demon King's will, there were still people in the Lake Kingdom resisting that darkness. Nameless was the living proof of that. I nodded firmly. Your past 500 years are your qualification. You and your country are more than qualified to join this alliance. I ask you, Nameless, please join my alliance. I ask this as your friend. At my words, Nameless' eyes quivered intensely. A friend? Isn't it so? I thought we had become quite close, fighting together in this darkness. A friend. Nameless bitterly smiled and lowered her head. Either way, it sounds like a dream. I won't force you, but if you're considering it, for the future of the Lake Kingdom, to place your country's name in international affairs. I stood beside her. Please visit Crossroad. This time, I'll welcome you as a state guest. Ash, come, let's return to the base camp and rest. How could I leave you here alone after you came to save me? I supported Nameless, and though she hesitated at first, she eventually began to walk in step with me. Was it my imagination? The chains of darkness that had been wrapped around her limbs seemed to have lightened a bit. Nameless and I leaned on each other, dragging the elongated chains like shadows, as we walked back to the base camp. My party members were all waiting at the base camp. Their faces were pale, as if swept up by that darkness's curse. But since all the members I brought this time had previously experienced the same curse on the path of the Overlord, they seemed to have endured it safely. Lord, Senior, Your Highness, Your Majesty. The variety of titles they used to address me. I soothed the four who ran up to me like puppies finding their owner. I'm sorry, Lord. We all fell under that curse, leaving us unable to go on a search mission. Then Nameless Nuna suddenly appeared. She said so coolly, I'll go save Ash. We decided it was better to let her handle it and focus on recovering to respond to the next situation. TL note. Reminder that Nuna is a respectful and familiar way to refer to an older woman. It means big sister. Nameless Nuna? I was taken aback by the strange nickname Evangeline blurted out, and when I turned to see the person in question, Nameless had already stepped far away from me. We were standing next to the large bonfire at the center of the base camp, but Nameless had already receded into the shadows. Thank you for the offer, Ash. She pulled her robe's hood low, hiding her face which was no longer visible. I'll consider joining your alliance positively. I'll wait, Nameless. I whispered, hoping my sincerity would reach her. Please come. With a faint smile, Nameless staggered back and then disappeared into the dungeon's darkness. Watching Nameless' disappearing figure, I turned my head towards Coco the Severer, who had quietly come to stand beside us. Grandma Coco. What exactly is this fate of Nameless? The fate of one who bears the crown is singular. Coco, also gazing distantly at the spot where Nameless vanished, slowly opened her mouth. It's to bear the karma of the people. Karma? Whether it be sin, suffering, or darkness, Nameless could no longer just stand by and watch her people suffer. It was a cryptic answer, but one thing was clear. It had begun. The process of Nameless transforming into the final boss, the sleepless princess of the Lake Kingdom, had already started. I clenched my fist tightly. I will save her. How? By any means necessary, I murmured with determination. I will save Nameless and the Lake Kingdom, everything. Coco clicked her tongue. That's a rather grand dream for a young prince. Protecting your own world should be challenging enough. If I'm going to save the world, adding one small country to the mix isn't such a big deal, is it? I gave Coco a sly smile. How can I talk about saving the world without such ambition? A fleeting sparkle crossed Coco's glass-like eyes. I gave the witch a short bow and then turned to my party members. Let's go. That concluded today's free exploration. We need to plan our strategy against the next Nightmare Legion commander. The next phase in the battle against the monsters was imminent. Free exploration ended. Leveled up characters. Ash, EX, LV.53, 1. Lucas, SSR, LV.55, 1. Evangeline, SSR, LV.55, 1. Damien, EX, LV.54, 1. Jupiter Jr., SSR, LV.60, 1. Deceased or injured characters. None. Acquired equipment. Bygone Future, SSR, Robe, plus 11 other items. Expand list. Acquired items. Total 30 items. Expand list. Lord's Mansion. After concluding the free exploration, I ordered my party members to rest and retreated to my room. There, I gazed into the mirror, lost in thought. Two major challenges lie ahead. To put it in gamer terms, there are roughly two main quests. The first is a branching quest. Handling White Knight. Legion Commander White Knight and Tower Master White Knight. Which side to take, which to eliminate, and how to utilize the remaining one. Suddenly, I faced my own reflection in the mirror. Even if I make a weird face, the reflection in the mirror, of course, mimics it instantly. If I looked in the mirror and my reflection moved differently from me, that would be quite unsettling. Wouldn't it? That's what Tower Master White Knight had said before. I must be unique. If there's another me, then there's no need for my existence, right? That's why, if there's another me, I have no choice but to kill it. That's the instinctive reason why the cloned White Knights try to kill each other. And the Legion Commander White Knight I met this time said this. Above all, you can understand us, can't you? You're a fake too, player. A fake with another's personality copied into you. My face in the mirror turned cold. That's right. I am a being with the personality of a classic literature enthusiast from another world copied into Ash's body. Desperately struggling to find a way to win until the very end. I'm just a mere fragment. If the real classic literature enthusiast saw me like this, what would he think of me? And if I were to meet the real retro addict, what would I think of him? Would we, like those two White Knights, want to kill each other? Sigh. I shook my head to clear the thoughts. Anyway, this branching quest still has some room for consideration. I should discuss it with my subordinates. And the second main quest is, since it's never been attempted in the game, maybe I'll call it a hidden quest. Saving Nameless. What must I do to prevent Nameless from turning into the final boss? I intuitively felt it. To achieve the true ending that the director had asked for, I must save Nameless. But this true ending has long since drifted away from my goals. Regardless, I simply want to save everyone within my reach, purely by my own will. Nameless is no exception. But the transformation of Nameless into the final boss has already begun. The chains made of darkness that bound her limbs. I don't know exactly what they are, but, well, to put it bluntly, They're advertising her corruption or descent into darkness. It's a classic glitch. Can I stop it? Can I reverse it? Or is it already too late? As these unpleasant thoughts bubbled up, I remembered one of my principles. It's not over until it's over. I won't give up until the very end. If there's even a sliver of a chance for success, I'll dig in and cling to it. But it would be nice to have some hint about where to start digging. As I was pondering this, there was a knock at my door. Who could it be? Lucas or Evangeline? Come in, I said without much thought, and the door cracked open. A guy with disheveled gray hair and round glasses poked his head in. Wow, you're working hard, Lord. You look like you're in a bit of a headache. How about a cup of coffee? Ah, sure. But I'm planning to have a late-night snack with the kids soon. Can you bring it then? I was responding casually when I thought, huh? And looked towards the door. There, awkwardly laughing, was that damn director, Ader. What, Ader? Haha, yes, it's me. I'm back. This damned director. So he wasn't dead after all. Where the heck has he been hiding all this time? He's an annoying guy but still my ally. I rushed towards Ader, and without realizing it, grabbed his arm in excitement. But then, crackle. A strange sound came out. Ha! Oops. Looking at the source of the sound, Ader's arm had turned into white particles and was fluttering in the air, like ashes that had burned completely. Stunned by this horrifying phenomenon, I was shivering with my mouth agape when Ader laughed and waved his other hand. Ha ha! No, don't worry. It's nothing serious. Then he started gathering the ash-like particles in the air and attached them back to his arm, and the dangling arm reattached itself. Tada! See, if you gather them diligently like this, it recovers. Crackle. As he spoke, his arm fell off again. Now it lay on the floor. Ader awkwardly picked up his arm again, pressing the fallen parts together, and then let out a sigh. I'll be direct with you, Lord. Then he grinned cheerfully. I've expired. What do you mean expired? Like some kind of preserved food? Lord's mansion. Dining room. While Lucas and Evangeline were enjoying the toast I made, Ader and I sat across from each other, each holding a cup of hot coffee. Ader, that guy, seemed to lack the strength to even make coffee, so I ended up having to do it. Where in the world would you find such a Lord's assistant? Ader, who had just been staring at his coffee cup, opened his mouth awkwardly. You saw the state of my soul back in the spirit realm, right? Yeah. I remember. His soul had cracks all over it, almost reduced to dust rather than just shattered. That state has reached its limit. So that's why you're turning into this crumbling ash. Exactly. Crumbling ash. Ader answered nonchalantly, even as his body continued to shed powdery particles. A god? Really? I asked incredulously. Is there a way to fix it? Huh. A way to fix you. I'll help. Ah. Really? You're such a good person, Lord. Ader laughed hollowly and then changed the subject. The reason I've been hiding and came to see you today, Lord, is just one. Let's hear it. You want to save Nameless, don't you? At Ader's words, I shut my mouth tightly and then blurted out. You too, right? I had realized that Ader and Nameless had some sort of connection when they met before. I don't know their past, as Nameless doesn't remember and Ader won't tell, but it was clear that Nameless was part of the reason this damn director was deteriorating like this while trying to save this world. I'll tell you just one thing, Lord. Ader spoke with a clear voice. The reason I've asked for the true ending but never told you how to achieve it or given any hints is simple. What's the reason? Ader smiled broadly. Because the path you're currently on, Lord, is the very path leading to the true ending. Chapter 507. Because the path you're currently on, Lord, is the very path leading to the true ending. Ader's words made my eyes widen. The path I'm walking? What does that mean? I'm just desperately struggling. But Ader nodded with certainty. Even though it may be winding and sometimes take detours, the goal you are aiming for is undoubtedly the right one. So don't worry. Just keep doing what you're doing now. I wanted to ask for a concrete method, but Ader was deliberately speaking in roundabout ways, as if I shouldn't know yet. Just keep moving forward, steadfastly, as I have been doing. There will be many trials, pains, and sufferings ahead, but you, Lord, will handle them well, as you always have. In front of my silence, Ader maintained his usual carefree smile. Please take good care of this world, and of Nameless. And then Ader didn't disappear again. After creating an atmosphere as if he would be gone forever, he just settled back in his room at the Lord's mansion. What's he playing at? Claiming his body was failing, he formally submitted his resignation as the Lord's assistant. But I just took the resignation without accepting it. Take a rest, and when you're better, help me again. You're the director after all. There will be times when I'll need your help. Ader just smiled without saying much, but I hoped he would stay by my side. There are not many who know that I'm a soul grafted onto this body. There are not many who know all the mysteries and systems of this world. This inscrutable director will surely be needed in my journey someday. Stay put here from now on without going missing again. The position of the Lord's assistant? Well, Serenade had been handling most of the administrative work in his absence anyway. It's about time to officially ask Serenade to take over. Watching Ader's retreating back to his room, I let out a faint sigh. Lately, I've heard too many abstract tales, bringing a wave of fatigue. Divinization, the darkness of another realm, the true ending. What are all those, you geeks? Can't you tell me something tangible that I can grasp? All I want is to protect Crossroad and live together with the people around me. So don't worry, just keep doing what you're doing now, right? In that sense, Ader's words were somewhat helpful. I took a deep breath. Continue as I have been. Killing monsters, saving people, using all available means. Eventually, I'll understand. The trivial backstories, the nature of the true ending. I'll just keep my eyes forward, walking straight ahead. Senior, can you make one more toast for me? May I also request one more, Lord? The two gluttons who had already devoured 3 toasts were pleading with me again. I sighed and headed towards the kitchen. You'll gain weight. Just one more each and then off to bed. Okay. They responded cheerily as I watched the 2 knights turned pigs. I couldn't help but crack a smile. Let's keep doing as I have been. Together with my people. The 3rd year of war, too, continues. Outside the window I glanced through, snow was falling heavily. It was a full-blown winter. A few days later, Stage 24, the day of the defense battle. On the snow-flurried ramparts, my soldiers clad in winter coats were arrayed in tight ranks. The army, donned in black coats adorned with thick fur and leather, was a spectacle in itself. I exhaled a white breath, glanced over the soldiers, and then shook off the snow that had accumulated on my shoulders. Currently, Crossroad is in a perfect state of defense. Although Legion Commander White Knight boasted she would personally handle the Bird Monster Legion, she's a monster too. There was no reason to trust her. In case the Bird Monster Legion attacks as planned, we have thoroughly prepared our anti-aircraft fire network. The soldiers have also been adequately trained in related tactics. Even if White Knight doesn't keep his promise, there should be no major issues with defense. However, it's difficult to guarantee the extent of damage. Typically, the damage to regular troops is significant when dealing with a flying monster legion. More importantly, a night raid. This night right now, despite our best efforts to improve visibility by lighting fires and installing lighting artifacts, it's still the middle of a pitch-black winter night. Several hours remain until dawn. In this situation, if the Bird Monster Legion attacks, the damage to regular soldiers will be considerable, even if the heroes might be fine. Why did they have to fix the invasion time to a dark event? The enemy has taken the initiative. They've used a dark event, Night Raid, ensuring that the invasion starts in the middle of the night, thus preventing us from adjusting the invasion time with Guardy's Blessing. After much thought, the Guardy's Blessing I used was Night Eye. It extends and corrects the night vision range of all allies. Although it's not as good as broad daylight, This should make long-range interception feasible. If only there was moonlight. Unfortunately, tonight is the new moon. Moreover, it's cloudy with snowflakes falling. It's hard to even hope for starlight, let alone moonlight. Tough battle is expected. I swallowed dryly and stared at the barely visible southern sky. My lord! A report from the scouts. Lucas, clad in his coat and armor, shouted. Initially reluctant to wear the armor, Lucas was now wearing it willingly. Since the equipment had proven effective against the Bird Monster Legion, it seemed he didn't care about its appearance anymore, as long as it could give us an advantage in battle. The first wave of the Bird Monster Legion has crossed the southern forest sky. They will be in sight soon. Good. All units, prepare to fire. Upon my command, the artillerymen simultaneously loaded the cannons and ballistae, and the light-emitting artifacts shone like searchlights into the sky. The artillerymen's lines of fire had already been aimed at the sky. If the monsters enter our range, we can melt them in the sky, even if they're flying. Then, keek dash! A grotesque scream echoed. It was a high-pitched, sharp wail that sent shivers down the spine just by hearing it. With that scream, a massive bird-like shape emerged from the snow-shrouded, dark sky in the distance. It was far and dark. At best, all we could see was a blurry silhouette. Despite this, the monstrous form made all the soldiers gulp in unison. The wings, sprouting haphazardly and fluttering independently, numbered 12 on the left and 3 on the right. It had only one leg, but the sprouted claw shook like the tip of a huge spear. And then the head. There were 5 heads, each with a beak split sharply like a bomb explosion, emitting fiery red glows. Keek dash! All 5 heads opened their beaks simultaneously and let out another terrifying scream. Thanks to the earplugs distributed beforehand, which protected against cold and sound attacks, we suffered no damage, but it was still horrifying. What kind of bird is that? It's practically a dragon. I grumbled as I glared at the Legion Commander monster of the Bird Monster Legion. The king of bird monsters. True to its name with king in it, the monster was immensely powerful. The Bird Monster Legion's overall strength was about half due to this creature. While the regular soldiers spread out the fire network to block the rest of the Bird Monster Legion, the hero parties must mobilize to conduct an aerial raid. The approaching monstrous bulk in the darkness was a threat in itself. All the hero characters under my command tensely gripped their weapons. Finally, the bird monsters neared the range of our defense line. I raised my hand to signal firing. That's when it happened. Flap! The sound of fluttering clothes, and someone descended from higher than the Bird Monster Legion, effortlessly landing in front of the attacking legion, blocking them in midair. A crown adorned with dangling beads, a face covered with amulets, and a wide-sleeved robe. It was the third-ranked Nightmare Legion commander, the Grand Sorceress White Knight. I've come to show my sincerity, as promised player. Despite the vast distance, her whispering voice resonated clearly in my ears. I waved my hand frantically. My soldiers held their fire and went into standby. Keek! Surprised by the sudden appearance of the Nightmare Legion commander, the Bird Monster King let out a confused cry. Confusion swirled in the red eyes of its 5 heads. Kayat dash! The Bird Monster King cried out as if warning, but White Knight stood unflinchingly in front of it. The emotion in the Bird Monster King's red eyes shifted from confusion to anger in an instant. The Bird Monster King flapped its wings fiercely, and the momentarily slowed Bird Monster Legion surged forward again. Not towards our walls, but towards White Knight, who blocked their path. SSSSSSSSSSSSSK. The entire Bird Monster Legion flew at full speed towards one point. White Knight chuckled, then said, "I'll show you." Her long sleeve slowly swept across the air. "Why I'm called the Grand Sorceress." Then the snow stopped. As if by magic, the snow pouring from the sky suddenly ceased. Bewildered, we all looked up at the sky. The dark clouds that had filled the sky and poured snow were now gone. In their place was an alien darkness. Rustle, rustle, the sound of bugs being eaten. The same darkness that covered the Lake Kingdom was now gathering like a cloud right above White Knight's head. Crack, and that cloud began to split. What emerged through the split cloud was white. Lucas muttered dazedly. Why is only that part of the night sky white? What was revealed through the increasingly splitting darkness was something stark white. At that moment, I realized what it was. I immediately shouted to my soldiers, "Don't look up at the sky. Ha! Bow your heads. You mustn't look at the sky." I had a hunch. That was something ordinary humans should not see. The soldiers, not understanding but obeying my command, bowed their heads. I gritted my teeth and watched the slowly opening white sky. No, it wasn't the sky. It was an eye. Crack. A massive eye opened in the dark sky. The eye's sclera was so huge, it created the illusion of a white sky opening. The red pupil in the darkness rotated and positioned itself at the center of the white. Behold! White Knight, gazing up at the eye from below, murmured in an enraptured voice, "This is the source of magic I've reached at the end of my life's research." Kairia, the bird monster king, did not retreat. Desperately screaming, it continued its charge towards White Knight, now right in front of it. The monster instinctively knew the only way to stop this unknown eye was to defeat the sorceress before it. However, before the bird monster king could reach White Knight, the eye in the sky caught sight of the bird monster king faster. The massive eye's red pupil focused precisely on the bird monster king. Then, the eye blinked. Crack dash. The next moment, the massive body of the bird monster king was shattered to pieces. One-shot kill. Chapter 508. It's nothing special. Even as I watched the giant eye in the sky blink and crush the bird monster king in one strike, I tried to think that way. It's nothing special. It's a formidable power, but not something we can't handle. In the game, White Knight was a troublesome boss monster. This was because she possessed the game's only instant death effect skill. The giant eye wink that she had just cast was precisely that skill. However, as absurd as the skill's power was, there were clearly several demerits. There was a limited number of uses, a long cooldown period, and most importantly, it was a single target skill. She couldn't instantly kill everything within a certain range. Only one at a time. She could certainly kill the target she captured, but that was just one. The skill's presentation is terribly frightening, but that's all it is. I gritted my teeth as I glared at the eye opened in the sky. After all, it's a monster I've already faced in the game. It's still within the scope of my strategies. Kaiwayak. As the bird monster king fell, the rest of its legion let out a unified scream. Then, thousands of bird monsters like missiles shot towards White Knight. A clear sneer appeared on White Knight's lips. Oblivious creatures spreading your wings in the sky. The sleeves of her necromancer's robe fluttered widely. I'll show you the joy of my fallen heaven. Thousands of talismans poured out from her sleeves. The talismans folded themselves into paper airplane shapes and flew like guided missiles, beautifully curving to seek their respective targets. SSSSSSSSSSSSSK. Thousands of bird monsters clashed with the thousands of talismans. And then, quagwang gwang gwang gwang. The entire sky lit up white. Intense heat and dazzling light shook the area. Instinctively, I raised my hand to shield my face from the light and heat. A moment later, as the heat and light subsided and I looked up at the sky with a bitter expression, there were no more bird monsters in the sky. Instead, thud, 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 hud 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 hud. The corpses of the bird monster flock were falling like a heavy snowstorm. Shattered flesh rained down like hail, blood poured like a shower, and burnt feathers slowly filled the air like snow. Above this surreal landscape, White Knight still floated in the sky. Above her head, the massive eye was eerily wide open. It's nothing special. It's nothing special. It's nothing special. Damn it! I cursed, abandoning my repeated internal reassurances. How the hell do I beat this thing? This is the third-ranked commander of the Monster Legion. A sorceress comparable to a fighter jet, even receiving a boss monster boost. In front of the grand sorceress power, which surpasses even that black dragon in simple firepower, I was momentarily stunned. That's when it happened. The giant eye above, which had been aimlessly open, suddenly moved.
Bing grua grua.
Click. The eerily rotating red pupil stared straight down at me, standing in the center of our walls. Heh. With the instant death skill aimed at me, White Knight smiled naturally. I did not back down. I knew that if White Knight so desired, and if that giant eye merely blinked once, I could die. But I stood my ground, staring back. I knew it, that she needed me, that this was merely a threat. You really are brave. White Knight waved her hand, and slowly, the giant eye began to close. With that eye as a backdrop, White Knight spoke. I've kept my promise, player. I've shown my sincerity. Now it's your turn to keep yours. Kill the other version of me. You have until the next invasion starts. White Knight chuckled behind her long robe sleeve. If you do kill the other version of me by then, I'll become your ally. But if you fail, I'll come back here and trample over your precious front lines, along with your precious people. She vanished into the darkness, her form blending seamlessly. I'm looking forward to it, player. I hope we can maintain a good relationship. And with that, White Knight disappeared completely. The giant eye, too, slowly vanished into the otherworldly darkness covering the sky. Eventually, the darkness dispersed, and snowflakes began to fall from the sky again. The bodies of the bird monster legion piled up on the southern plains, feathers falling over them, and more snowflakes. I, who had been silently watching this cold and desolate scene, slowly turned around. My soldiers, following my orders, were still bowing their heads, motionless. Among them, my heroes were also there, staring at me with pale faces. Hey! Especially Junior, who seemed to be in shock. How do we fight such a being? Such magic! I've never heard or seen anything like it, not even from the vampire dynasty. Do we really have a way to fight such a vicious sorcerer, Your Majesty? Of course. I answered immediately. There is a way. As always, the game exists to be conquered. Even if the path to conquering it is narrow and treacherous, there surely is. I brushed the snow off the shoulder of a soldier standing before me and commanded, "Lift your heads." The soldiers raised their heads in unison. They all had stern faces looking at the falling monster flesh and feathers, but I gave them a sly smile. Certainly, the magic that White Knight had just shown was terrifying. But in the future, Crossroad, the monster front, will have to face even more vicious and dreadful enemies. This is just the beginning of the third year. We cannot let our spirits be crushed by this. Why such long faces? Isn't this a victory easily gained? You can be happier. The best food in the world is said to be the one paid for by someone else. The enemy had taken care of the bird monster legion that would have been much harder for us to handle. This was not a situation to be gloomy about. Moreover, our enemy has unwittingly revealed their hand. More like showing off than revealing, but still. I raised my voice. Our task remains unchanged. We continue as we have been. The untold stories of this world, the mighty enemies, the unclear path to the true ending. It doesn't matter. Just clench your fists and take one step at a time, starting with knocking out the closest enemy. I turned towards the city walls. Staring at the plains where feathers and snow were chaotically falling, I spat out my resolve. Prepare for the next defense. Stage 24 clear. Leveled up characters? None. Deceased characters? None. Injured characters? None. Acquired items? Bird Monster King's Magic Core, SSR. Bird Monster Legion Magic Stones, 554. Stage clear rewards have been distributed. Please check your inventory. SR grade reward boxes, 5. Get ready for the next stage. Next stage. Tomorrow, the sun of tomorrow rises. After the battle ended, dawn broke in the distance. In the Lord's mansion, my subordinate heroes gathered. I had summoned them to decide our next course of action. Having stayed up all night, everyone looked tired, but no one seemed sleepy. That was to be expected, having just witnessed the Nightmare Legion commander's actions. She single-handedly tore apart the entire Bird Monster Legion. White Knight was indeed different from the monsters we had encountered before. This is a sorceress. Though we had faced magic-using enemies before, White Knight was an alien presence among them. A classic sorceress who delved purely into magic, not pursuing other forms of combat. As a result, her combat level in other areas was almost zero, but her mastery in magic was grotesquely high. High enough to open the sky at will. Trying to shake off the image of the eye candy from earlier, I began explaining to my subordinates. First, why White Knight intervened and destroyed the Bird Monster Legion today. The split entities, Legion Commander White Knight and Tower Master White Knight, desire each other's death, and Legion Commander White Knight's intervention today was a show of goodwill, intending for me to kill Tower Master White Knight. As I got this far in my explanation, Evangeline jumped up with a shriek. Are you saying we should betray the Tower Master, Lady White Knight? Betrayal? That's a strong word. Besides, why do you call her that? Lady White Knight. Of course, after she gave me this awesome armor. Evangeline, who had received Snow White from Tower Master White Knight, seemed to have already taken her side. Verdandi standing next to her was the same. Tower Master White Knight gave us the preserved Holy Grail, the World Tree Sapling. It troubles my heart to betray such a person. She's already fed them quite a bit. These two were firmly on Tower Master's side. I clicked my tongue inwardly. Truth be told, I too had received much help from Tower Master White Knight. I used the mini Everblack wand she synthesized for me effectively in the Imperial capital conquest. But Lucas, who had been listening, spoke in a cool tone. The truth is, Legion Commander White Knight seems more useful. On what grounds? Whereas Tower Master White Knight is only holding out in her tower, Legion Commander White Knight can lead her legion and move actively. She even declared rebellion against the Demon King. Lucas was trying to assess the situation objectively, setting aside what he had already received. It's awkward to say, but haven't we already extracted all we can from Tower Master White Knight? Her utility value has diminished. On the other hand, the power shown by Legion Commander White Knight today is immense. If we can make her our ally... No, Uncle Lucas, that's a bit harsh. What about the chivalry you learned at the academy? The Knight's Code. I don't think we need to apply human morality to a monster. The reception room quickly became noisy. The heroes started discussing which of the two White Knights to side with. After a while, Evangeline, clutching her head and yelling in frustration, exclaimed, "Ah, it's so confusing. They both use the same name. I can't tell who's who. Let's differentiate their names." All right. I clapped my hands together. Let's call the sorceress who put on today's magic show Black Knight, and the one we met at the tower Soya. TL note. I will explain it in the end of the chapter. There's no White Knight left then. But what's Soya? It's something that exists. It's delicious. I'll make it for you sometime. After mentally apologizing to Tower Master White Knight, now Soya, for her sudden renaming to a pork vegetable stir-fry, I addressed the chaotic atmosphere. The truth is, siding with either one is a challenge. We know Black Knight's magical power from today. Soya is the same. If she properly fortifies her tower and opposes us, it won't be easy to defeat her. The condition for this branch quest was originally to kill one of the White Knights by our own hands. Here's where the problem starts. To comply with the Black Knight's request, we need to bring down Soya's magic tower in free exploration. But besieging that impregnable magical fortress is a challenging task. And to meet Soya's demand, we have to defeat the Black Knight and the Lich Legion in a defensive battle. But facing such a grand sorcerer on the front lines could lead to unimaginable losses for us. One option is tough enough as it is. That's right. In order to incorporate one of them as our ally, we inevitably have to accept significant damage. But think about it. The reason they're trying to coax us is that they can't kill each other. That's why they're trying to use us for indirect murder. But once one of them is killed through us, I smiled meaningfully. Will they still see any value in us? Lucas frowned. You mean they'll betray us too? Wouldn't it be more strange if they didn't? Whether it's Black Knight or Soya, after killing the other and becoming the true White Knight, there's no longer any need to cooperate with us. That's how it was in the game, whether it's the Lich Legion or the Magic Tower, they stand on our side for a certain period, but ultimately they betray us. In the end, it's our fate to fight and kill each other. This was the risk I mentioned earlier about incorporating them as allies, and the reason I've been hesitant and pondering over my choice. Whichever side becomes our ally, they'll certainly be useful. But in the end, we have to kill them both. So, what do you plan to do with the two of them, my lord? I grinned wickedly. I'll pay them back in kind for what they've done to us, since both sides showed me enough sincerity. Now it was my turn to repay them with chaos. Okay, so this doesn't make much sense in English, because it's a Korean play on words. Let me break it down to you guys. White Knight is Baegya. Black Knight is Hugya. Soya is Essasoya, which is a Korean pork dish, which is why Evangeline doesn't know about it. Chapter 509. A few days later. Dungeon Zone 8, the Grand Theater. I, sitting across the Legion Commander White Knight, referred to as Black Knight in the monstrous front, met with this ghoulish lich and immediately made a demand. I was thinking, the goodwill you've shown seems a bit insufficient. What? Black Knight uttered in disbelief. But I calmly cleaned my ear with my pinky finger. No, I mean on our end, to catch the other you hold up in that magic tower, we'd almost have to risk our entire army's life, and you just slice up one monster legion and strut away. Huh? Doesn't really add up for us either. Not adding up? I told you, if you eliminate the other me, my subordinates and I will then become your allies. Hey, look here. Great sorceress. Bang. As I slammed the table with my hand, Black Knight flinched and cowered. I must be the first to treat one of the mightiest sorcerers among the Demon King's monsters, the world-renowned great sorceress, so casually. No wonder she's not used to it. I scowled and wagged my finger as I rasped my voice. Let's be blunt. We're not close enough to trust each other with future matters, right? Frankly, there's no such trust between us yet, right? Then what do you want? What are you asking for? Show a little more goodwill. I smiled broadly, spreading my hands in front of me, so that we can trust you more and risk our lives for you. We're going to be allies later, right? No, not just allies, we're allies. No, not just war allies. Blood allies who'd risk their lives for each other. Isn't that what we're going to be? I casually moved to the seat next to Black Knight and put my arm around her shoulder. Caught off guard by my sudden change in demeanor, Black Knight was unable to compose herself. I kept pressing. We're going to be like blood relatives. So let's just go through a few more verification steps before that. Stop beating around the bush and tell me. What exactly do you want? You know the Hornet Legion nestled between Zones 7 and 8? One of the monster legions yet to invade the monstrous front, but troublesome to deal with later. I mentioned them and smirked. Get rid of them too. What? Look, I've done enough to stand out just by eliminating the Bird Monster Legion. If I move any more, the Demon King might start paying attention to me. Oh, well, that's your problem. As if I had never put my arm around her. I withdrew it and nonchalantly cleaned my ear again. After all that talk about defying the Demon King, you're worried about catching his eye for something like this? Monsters are always killing each other anyway. Right? I'm ranked 3rd. My actions are bound to attract attention. The Demon King has been focused on his own affairs lately, not paying much attention outside, but if I keep moving like this... Okay. You can't do it, right? I cut off Black Knight's words and waved my hand dismissively. Then, no choice. Forget it. Let's pretend it never happened. Pretend it never happened? You mean our deal? No, when did I ever say that? Just pretend my recent proposal never happened. Though I might have to reconsider our deal as well. Trailing off, I stood up. Suddenly, Black Knight urgently grabbed my sleeve. Wait! Let go. I'm a busy person. If you have no more goodwill to show, just let me go. I have a lot to think about. Grinding her teeth, Black Knight reluctantly spat out her words. Fine, I'll do it. Eliminating the Hornet Legion, right? At last, we're getting somewhere. I grinned broadly. Black Knight's face was hidden by a talisman over her nose, but she seemed quite irritated. But what can she do about it? Would she not listen to me? Huh? After the bird monster salvation, now insect control. Black Knight sure is being put to good use. As I silently rejoiced, Black Knight slowly spat out her words. Killing the other me, make sure you do it properly. If you fail, it'll make you pay a more terrible price for using me like this. Ah, come on. Don't you trust me? Who am I? I'm the one who wiped out the 10th to 4th commanders of your Nightmare Legion. Just trust me. I'll take full responsibility. I'll crush the other you. I exaggeratedly waved my arms and thumped my chest. Black Knight watched me with a sour expression. Next, I visited the Magic Tower in Dungeon Zone 8. Meeting with the Magic Tower Lord White Knight, referred to as Soya, in the monstrous front, who transferred her consciousness to a mechanical device, I made the same additional demand as I did to Black Knight. You want me to clean up the dungeons in Zone 8? What are you talking about? The skull inside the magic panel monitor seemed baffled. Its shiny round head somewhat resembled a well-cooked sausage. TL note. I have no idea how a skull can resemble a well-cooked sausage. I gestured with my chin. I know you've taken control of all the dungeons around here. You've infiltrated this Magic Tower's control system, haven't you? How did you know? No, even if you do know, that's an unreasonable demand. Soya shook her head slightly from within the screen. To prepare for the other me attacking, the full power of this Magic Tower is being used for its defense. If I extend my influence to other areas, the defense of this Magic Tower will weaken. So, you can't do it? It's not that I can't, but after eliminating the other me, I won't need to focus on defending the Magic Tower and can naturally extend my influence. I need your influence now. Oh well, got it. I waved my hand and stood up. Then no choice. Forget it. Let's pretend it never happened. Pretend it never happened? You mean our deal? No, when did I ever say that? Just pretend my recent proposal never happened. Though I might have to reconsider our deal as well. I repeated the exact same words I had said to Black Knight, and Soya showed the same reaction. Wait. Fine. I'll do as you say. I'll clean up 3 dungeons around here and hand them over to you. Now we're talking. I rejoiced openly, and the skull in the monitor stared at me intently. But don't forget to kill the other me. I've already cooperated with you enough. Don't forget that fact either. Of course, of course. How could I forget? We're already blood allies, blood allies. I went over to Soya's mechanical device and patted it with my hand. Soya seemed startled, but I didn't pay much attention. As I left the Magic Tower, my party members were waiting for me at the entrance. As I walked out with a beaming smile and a swagger, Evangeline covered her mouth and asked, So, how did it go? A success, of course. As I shrugged my shoulders in response, the other party members opened their mouths in amazement. Wow, extorting monsters. Which one's the real monster here? Hey, it's not extortion. Call it the art of the deal. Whether it's Black Knight or Soya, they need me to kill each other. The deadline is about a month away. Before Stage 25, the next defensive battle starts. Up until now, the choice was either to attack Soya's Magic Tower or to eliminate Black Knight on the day of the defensive battle. One of the two had to be decided. In other words, until then, both had to grovel before me. The first principle of negotiation. The more desperate side has to bow down. The more frightened side has to back off. That's why I decided to go all out, laying everything on the table. It's kind of a madman theory, acting like a lunatic and going berserk. Today's just the beginning. I smirked evilly, curling my lips as I eyed the dungeon sections occupied by the 2 liches. Just watch how I milk these 2 dry from now on. Since they've shown enough goodwill, it's time to repay them with more chaos. And that chaos is demanding even more goodwill, taking one and asking for another. It's a method of voice phishing that was also prevalent in 21st century South Korea. Yes, customer. You're inquiring about the product on our page, right? Yes, it's a product worth 1 million won, but we're selling it for 800,000 won because we need to clear our warehouse. Currently, there are only 2 of these products left in our headquarters warehouse. If you deposit 100,000 won as a reservation fee to this account, we can confirm your reservation. Yes, customer, your reservation fee has been confirmed, and the product is reserved. Could you please deposit the remaining 700,000 won? Yes, of course. Once the deposit is confirmed, we will ship it the next day. Oh, I'm really sorry, customer. It turns out that the product we thought was in stock is already sold out. We'll refund you immediately. Customer, we're trying to refund you, but due to our company's system, we need to process an automatic transfer refund for a total of 1.5 million won. If you make an additional deposit, we can refund you tonight. I'm really sorry, customer. There's an error with the bank, and now we need a total of 3 million won for the automatic transfer refund, raising it to 500. Did you receive an apology call from our president? I'm really sorry. If you deposit another 10 million won, thank you for the meal, dear customer. Well, roughly this is the process of voice phishing. Do people actually fall for this? Surprisingly, yes. Just like these great sorcerers right in front of me. If you step back and look, it's easy to notice that you're being scammed, but in reality, people often don't. Above all, the complacent thought, I can't be getting scammed, can I? Prevents one from realizing they're being scammed. Me, a great sorceress, being played by this human? Impossible. This unconscious thought slows down the realization of reality, that they are, in fact, walking deeper and deeper into the mire of a scam. What? I've already eliminated the Hornet Legion as you asked. And now this. Now you're asking me to take down the Immortal Boar Legion too. Hey, player. I've already taken out 4 legions as you requested. And now you're making this demand. Enough is enough. At this rate, I'll end up making enemies of all the monster legions and be at odds with them before I even defy the Demon King. What are you thinking? No, wait. Sit down. I didn't say I wouldn't do it. Don't go. Using Black Knight to intercept troublesome monster legions in advance. I did as you asked and cleaned up 10 dungeons in the area. You just have to go there, tidy up, and collect your rewards. What? The other equipment remaining in the magic tower? Just a moment. Let me check. More items? I've already taken all the equipment items stored in this magic tower. There's nothing left to give. What? Consumable items stored in the warehouse? Even those? Magic research scrolls? There are some left, but what are you going to do with them? Wait. Taking those would be problematic. It would hamper the operation of the magic tower itself, you know? Okay, I'll give them to you. But let's talk first. Using Soya to clear dungeons for free, plus scraping up all the equipment, items, and various scrolls. Do it. Give more. Give everything. Just give. I can't take it anymore, player. Unable to bear it any longer, Black Knight summoned her giant floating eye in the air. How far are you going to toy with me? If you keep this up, I'll have no choice but to break our agreement. Soya activated the magic tower's defense mechanisms aiming at me. But, don't like it? Then don't. I calmly cleaned my ear. What are you waiting for? Kill me now. In a few days I'll be killing the other you, so if you kill me first, then all the work you've done till now goes to waste, you know? Ugh. Go on, kill me, your wishes go down the drain. And I'm gone too. Faced with this, both Black Knight and Soya had no choice but to back down. All the work they had done, the investments they had made, were too precious to lose. Now they had no choice but to be led by me. Thrown into chaos by Earth-style gaslighting scams. Right? Huh? I patted my belly, which felt full even without eating, looking at the systematically organized monster legions. The cleared dungeons of Zone 8 and the amassed items. Gulp. But my lord. Lucas, checking the spoils accumulated effortlessly over several weeks, sharply pointed out. This method is certainly useful, but whether it's Black Knight or Soya, it doesn't lead to the elimination of either, does it? That's right. It's like extreme farming, just using these two to their limits, wearing them down in the process. Ultimately, it doesn't solve the essential problem of the current situation, how to eliminate these powerful Lich Grand Sorcerers. That's why, while having fun playing with these two, I had prepared something else. Summon the Gamblers Club. Calling for the Gamblers Party after a long time, I smirked. It's time to play the Joker card. Chapter 510.
Siehst, Vater, du den Erlknich nicht?
Father, do you not see the Demon King?
Den erlenkt nicht mit Kron und Schweif?
The Demon King with a golden crown and a cloak? TL note. This is a passage from the poem Erlnig by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, a prominent German writer. White Knight's first memory was of the world burning. Huddled in her father's arms, she was on a bobbing raft amidst the waves. White Knight watched from afar as her homeland, once known as the Eastern Continent, was engulfed in flames. It was a terrible fire demon. The world burned entirely black, everything turning to ash without leaving a trace. Not just the land, but even the sky, covered in thick black smoke. It seemed as if even the heavens had turned to ash. Lost in this sight, White Knight whispered softly, "Why is our homeland burning?" Her father, holding her tightly, answered gently, "Our emperor made a wish." To whom? To the demon that grants wishes. He became enchanted by it. In the sky above the Eastern Continent, a vague black figure floated. The wish has been granted. The entity, resembling a human shadow, ripped open its white blank mouth and laughed chillingly. This is the result of that wish. White Knight stared blankly at the being. This was the demon that granted wishes, the source of evil that destroyed her homeland. Survivors on the raft murmured another name for this demon. The Demon King. What wish did our country's emperor make? I do not know that, but this is the result. What kind of wish could lead to an entire continent burning? And why would the demon that grants wishes commit such a cruel act? Young White Knight couldn't comprehend it. Staring at the burning, blood-red sky, she suddenly opened her eyes in shock. Father! The eyes! There are so many eyes in the sky. It was true. Thousands of giant eyes were open in the sky, quietly watching the destruction of the continent, as if observing something very interesting with a focused gaze. Why are those eyes watching our homeland burn? That's because it's a game for them, the great outer gods. To his child's innocent question, the father replied with a trembling voice. A game of destruction played over the downfall of a world. They enjoy watching this game. Like pouring water into an ant hill and watching? Yes, that might be the sensation for beings higher than us. The father stroked his daughter's head, holding back tears. Flames poured from the sky. The boat next to them was engulfed in flames and shattered. Fragments of what once were people and boat, along with sea foam, splashed into the air. The sound of explosions and screams filled the surroundings. The father screamed and embraced White Knight, but within his arms, she still looked up at the sky, at the thousands of pairs of eyes etched into the burning sky, and at the existence of the demon that grants wishes, the Demon King, seemingly having arranged this banquet for those eyes. I will not forgive them. In the midst of the incoming inferno, White Knight harbored a clear resolve. I will never forgive them. The father looked down in astonishment at White Knight, who clenched her small fist tightly. I will punish those evil beings who treat our pain, our tears, as their playthings. Don't talk nonsense, my child. Those beings are from another realm. We cannot even lay a hand on them. There must be a way. Just as they burned our world, there must be a way for us to reach them. The raft bumped and thudded as it moved forward. Everything that touched the boat was a corpse. Burnt bodies were strewn below the water's surface. In the midst of this hellish scene, White Knight declared to her father, It doesn't matter how long it takes. I will find a way to reach them. When the rain of fire ceased, what had once been a fleet was now just a few surviving rafts. The homeland had burned and crumbled into the sea. Now, it felt like a lie that land had ever been there. All that remained were the flames on the sea. I will help you, my child. And then her father finally spoke to her. Our tribe, and I myself have been researching how to reach them. I will pass this research to you. Fulfill our tribe's long-held wish. Ensure that such a tragedy never repeats in this world. Rowing the boat forward, within her father's embrace, White Knight continued to gaze at the sky. Thousands of eyes floating in the sky. Those cruel gazes, as if looking down at a fascinating toy. Determined not to become the object of those gazes again. Not to be looked down upon again. The last descendant of the Eastern Continent's sorcerers, White Knight made this vow in that moment. The survivors from the Eastern Continent who reached the Western Continent went to the Lake Kingdom. A great magical kingdom of the present day, with a giant city floating above a clear turquoise lake. The Lake Kingdom. The magicians of this place welcomed them. The sorceries exclusive to the East were of sufficient research value. White Knight, in a corner of the Lake Kingdom, established her own magical research tower and devoted herself to continuing her tribe's research. The research her tribe's sorcerers had conducted to reach the outer gods culminated in one clue: the origin of magic. Originally, humans could not use magic, but someone brought the flame of magic from another realm and handed it to humanity. And the outer gods were beings from that other realm, the process by which magic was first transferred from another realm to humanity. Uncovering this would lead to a clue to reach those beings in the constellations. White Knight dedicated her life to this research. However, before her lifelong research could reach its conclusion, White Knight's life rapidly dwindled away. Though she was an outstanding sorceress and magician, she was innately frail. And this was not unique to her among her tribe. Before she even reached 40, all those who had escaped with her, including her father, had passed away, and she, left alone, suffered from various illnesses. Coughing up blood, White Knight realized her death was near. Don't make me laugh. With her dying body, White Knight trembled with rage. How can I close my eyes like this? Far from reaching the outer gods, she hadn't even reached the final stage of her research. She couldn't die, not with such injustice. So White Knight decided to resort to a taboo. Lich. She resolved to become an undead. Even as a corpse, she would complete her research. One day, definitely one day, she would uncover the origin of magic and reach the malevolence of another realm. The magic to resurrect as an undead was hard to come by even in the Lake Kingdom. After casting the hard-found Lich resurrection magic, White Knight swallowed hard. To use this spell, one must die once, and she had to die now while she still had the strength to cast magic. In other words, she had to commit suicide, for the sake of saving this world. White Knight, trembling, held the tip of her staff, loaded with an offensive spell, to her temple. For the sake of not repeating the tragedy of our homeland, to cut down those devilish outer gods, White Knight tightly closed her eyes and used the charged magic. Bang! Blood splattered in all directions, and the magician's body fell forward. And so White Knight died. A half-rotted skull, with equally decayed eyelids, snapped open. Hook! Gasping for breath she no longer needed, White Knight realized after sitting up. She had become a body that no longer required breathing. Did it succeed? Barely able to lift her creaking body, White Knight faced a dust-covered mirror. Her half-decayed corpse was reflected back at her. The Lich resurrection magic took time to resurrect. Despite having applied preservative magic to her body in advance, it seemed to have rotted anyway. How much time has passed? White Knight, checking the hourglass magic she had set up beforehand to track the time after her resurrection, gasped in a breath she didn't need. 10 years? It had taken much longer than she had calculated, but she had managed to escape death. Holding her tattered, rotten body together, White Knight stood by the window of the tower, looking down to see the changes in the streets over the last 10 years. And then she noticed something strange. Drip, drip drop. It was raining, but the color of the rain falling on the glass was somehow odd. What is this? White Knight looked up at the sky, puzzled. Black? Rain? No, it wasn't rain. White Knight's eyes widened in horror as she looked around. Swoosh! From outside the Lake Kingdom, a wave-like torrent of black water was pouring in. The overflowing lake water was engulfing the city. The day White Knight resurrected as a lich was, ironically, the moment the Lake Kingdom was doomed to destruction. Boom! Crash! The levitation magic that kept the Lake Kingdom afloat above the lake stopped all at once. Immediately, the entire city kingdom that floated on the lake plummeted into the waters below. The massive city began to sink slowly. The barrier erected around the outskirts of the Lake Kingdom activated, pushing back the flooding lake water, but it didn't hold for long. The entire city sank below the lake, barrier and all, and cracks appeared in the barrier under the water pressure. Then, the lake water started pouring into the city like a flood. What's happening? How is this happening? Everyone, calm down. The royal magicians will soon resolve this. The streets were in chaos. People were screaming, running, or even in this situation, trying to reassure those around them, believing in the power of the royal family and the magical kingdom. But the end that befell them all was the same. The dark waters of the lake cascaded down like a bombardment. The barrier shattered, and streams of water fell into the city, pushing from the outer areas to the inner regions. Those caught in the current couldn't even let out a proper scream before disappearing into the black waters. And those who were still alive desperately rushed towards the inner city. The inner city had its own high-performance barrier. Even as the black water rose from all sides, the barrier of the inner city was still holding strong. People from the outside pounded on the gates of the inner city. Open up! Hurry! Don't you see the water coming from behind? We're all going to die. Please save us, please. Save us. But the guards at the inner city checkpoint, even in this situation, did not open the gates. The captain of the guards shouted loudly, "Even if the entire Lake Kingdom is submerged, we cannot allow those without permission into the inner city. You insane bastards! Is permission the issue now? Are you still concerned about ranks in this situation? We're all going to die if this continues. Open the gate." Unable to wait any longer, the people pounding on the gate began to climb the inner city walls. Then, the captain of the guards fiercely commanded, "Cut down those climbing the walls. No matter the emergency, we must follow the law. All shall be summarily judged." Summarily judged. But the guards didn't need to use their weapons. Before they could act, a wave reached the outside of the walls. A monstrous wave with tremendous mass crashed in, and the many people filling the streets were swept away like sand, disappearing beneath the black water. The captain of the guards, frozen in place, let out a hollow laugh. "Ha! Serves those non-citizens right." Crack, the sound of cracking. The smile slowly faded from the captain's lips. Cracks were slowly forming in the barrier surrounding the inner city. And then, just a few seconds later, crash! The barrier of the inner city shattered, and the walls surrounding it were engulfed by the wave. The inner city, where the royal family and nobles of the Lake Kingdom resided, was instantly swallowed by the black whirlpool. The barrier, the guards, the nobles, the water made no distinctions, covering everything. The whole Lake Kingdom was being swept away. Once the barrier magic of the inner and outer city completely failed, the city would be fully submerged. Watching all this from the top of her tower, White Knight, in shock, suddenly looked up. There they were. Below the completely submerged surface, replacing the sky, were those thousands of eyes. The outer gods from another realm, watching as they had when her homeland was destroyed. And below them, the wish has been granted. There it was again. And this is the price. The demon that granted wishes, the demon king, with his shadow-like body and a white smile. looking down contentedly at the destruction of the Lake Kingdom. Clench! White Knight gritted her teeth, her jawbone fully exposed. So, it's you again. The tragedy of the underworld was a delightful game for those damned outer gods. White Knight trembled with rage and used her magic, her newly resurrected body creaking. I survived the fiery hell, and I will survive this watery hell too. White Knight poured all her magic power into casting a protective spell on the tower. The torrent crashed against the tower. The tower shook violently. The protective magic was peeled off. Bricks crumbled, and windows shattered. Water poured into the tower. Drops splattered on the rotten skin of the newly resurrected lich. But White Knight gritted her teeth and repaired the tower. The tower, on the verge of collapse, somehow held on. Roaring amidst the endlessly pouring black lake water, White Knight declared, "And I will surely reach the same height as you." Chapter 5:11. Lake Kingdom had sunk, and 300 years had passed since then. Throughout these long years, the White Knight's magic tower had stood resilient. There were moments of crisis, but continuous maintenance and magical reinforcement endowed the magic tower with complete automation and defensive capabilities. Within it, White Knight continued her research in peace. While the survivors of Lake Kingdom reactivated the barrier with desperate efforts, drained the water inside, lit up the area, and fought against the monsters again. As countless legends, tragedies, betrayals, and corruptions were written in this hell, White Knight delved into her research, unconcerned with the outside world. To her, all those events outside were but futile struggles of the lower world. Her goal was to reach those beings from other realms and punish them, a more higher-dimensional objective. To do so, I must unravel the origins of magic. White Knight had already uncovered most of the ancient history related to the origins of magic. Thousands of years ago, in a distant past, when the world split into life and death, and the spiritual realm that lies in between. From the spiritual realm, otherworldly powers began to flow into the real world. This power was called magic, and only a few chosen races could wield it. Races connected to the guardians of the spiritual realm. These races waged wars against each other, and eventually, four major races dominated the real world. The elves holding the evergreen of life, the beastmen holding the everard of struggle, the dwarves holding the evergold of wealth, the merfolk holding the everblue of circulation. While these four races vied for world dominance, humans were relegated to slaves. Unable to obtain magical power, humans were the weakest among all races, unable to build a significant civilization and dominated by other races, used as mere cannon fodder. It was then that someone among humans initiated a rebellion. This someone managed to graft the four guardians of the races to forcibly create the human's guardian, Everblack. Through this, humans also gained the power to borrow strength from the spiritual realm, emerging as a new power rivaling the four major races. Humanity, newly endowed with magic, obsessively developed it, and the Lake Kingdom, where Everblack was first created, evolved into the world's strongest magic kingdom. But there's something odd about this. Having uncovered most of the ancient history, there were still parts unknown to White Knight. So, who exactly was the first to create Everblack? The records of this someone who brought the gift of magic to humanity were completely erased. In other races, the ones who planted the first guardians and brought magic were revered as ancestral gods or saviors. Only in humanity, no record of this someone remained. As if erased and forgotten deliberately, well, who first brought it is irrelevant to my purpose. What mattered was the human's guardian tree, Everblack, through which the source of magic could be accessed. And White Knight was convinced that this source was those detestable eyes, the outer gods. If I follow this power, I will reach those outer gods from the other realm. In the darkness beneath the lake, White Knight continued her research. Or rather, she tried to. Crack. Ha! Suddenly, her hand broke. Engrossed in her research, she hadn't noticed, but her body, resurrected as a lich, had long since reached its limit. It had been 300 years since her resurrection. Her body was now nothing more than a pale skeleton, with no more flesh to decay. Drats! For White Knight, who hadn't worried about lifespan after her resurrection, this was an utterly disconcerting development. White Knight hurriedly repaired her broken limbs and began searching for a way to extend her life before her body completely collapsed. She came to a conclusion. No matter how much she repaired this body, its limits were clear. She was going to collapse and die soon. In the end, I need to transfer to a new body. If she was going to transfer, it had to be into a powerful body that wouldn't need to worry about lifespan. And yet, a body that was also optimized for the use of magic. After much deliberation, White Knight decided to attempt creating a Jiangshi, one of the strongest undead, using the secret technique she had brought from her homeland in the east. However, the art of creating a Jiangshi was a technique she had never practiced before, so her proficiency was low. Eventually, she barely managed to create what could be considered a prototype Jiangshi, just as White Knight's lich body was on the verge of crumbling. It's urgent. I'll really die at this rate. I need to quickly transfer my consciousness to the new body. With her trembling skeletal body, White Knight hurriedly prepared the body transfer magic. She adapted the Lich Resurrection magic but modified it to transfer to a different body. As she activated the magic, White Knight suddenly thought, huh? But in transferring like this, is it really me? What is me in the first place? Memory? Consciousness? Soul? Or is it something else? Flash. Before her doubts could fully form, the magic was activated. White Knight's consciousness, along with her questions, was crushed and disappeared. And then, gasp! Waking up in the new body, White Knight abruptly rose and gasped for breath. She looked down at her blue-tinged hands. It was the body of a middle-aged man, the most complete among the experimentally created Jiangshi she had chosen. Success! Memories and knowledge were intact, and there was no problem using magic. White Knight exhaled a sigh of relief. That was when it happened. Clatter! A dull sound came from the side. White Knight turned to look. There lay the skeletal lich body she had been using until a moment ago. Was it an illusion? The skeleton, which had been leaning as if collapsing on the experiment table, seemed to have looked this way for a moment. Ha! Such a sound seemed to flow from the agape mouth of the skeleton. And the next moment the skeleton crumbled down. How creepy! Grumbling, White Knight rose to her feet. This body was full of vitality unlike the previous one. There's no comparison to the skeleton time. White Knight grinned as she clenched and unclenched her fist. I should further research Jiangshi creation. Of course, her original research was more important. Feeling good for escaping the death that loomed just moments ago, White Knight hummed a tune and moved her new Jiangshi body towards the inside of the magic tower. Next to the experiment table, the fallen skeleton lay pitifully, clattering and trembling. However, White Knight's new body didn't last long. A horde of monsters invaded the magic tower, and during the interception, she suffered severe injuries. Huff, huff, huff. Holding onto her half-blown-away body, White Knight returned to the magic tower, bleeding profusely. She barely managed to transfer her consciousness to one of the stored Jiangshi bodies. Flash! Fortunately, she was able to transfer to a new body just before dying. This time, waking up in the body of a young boy, White Knight exhaled a sigh of relief. I need a stronger body, one that can continue the research no matter what happens. Looking down at her previous body lying dead next to the experiment table, White Knight clicked her tongue. Yeah, I need to create the strongest Jiangshi. Her goal gradually became distorted. Initially, White Knight started making Jiangshi to continue her research into the origins of magic, but after repeatedly facing death, creating Jiangshi became her priority. I can reach the outer gods and attain immortality later. First, I need to establish a stable foundation for research. White Knight devoted herself to Jiangshi research. She improved upon improvements, transferring bodies several times. And finally, she reached the pinnacle of Jiangshi research. She succeeded in creating the best result by consolidating all her previous research. Awakening in the ideal body, White Knight saw herself in the mirror. Reflected was the body of a young and beautiful woman. And behind her, piled up like mountains, the countless Jiangshi bodies she had used over time. Sigh. White Knight let out a faint sigh, looking at the accumulated results of her past research. This body was the best she could create. But was it really enough? What if I collide with that demon king? And if I have to fight the outer gods? This current body, though powerful, would eventually reach its limits due to its mortal nature. That cannot happen. Her research must continue. Even if the world were to end, it must persist to reach those outer gods. White Knight suddenly looked at the Magic Tower's magical system panel. What if she could transfer her consciousness into that machinery? Not into a finite body destined to break someday, but into data in a virtual world. By transferring to a completely different realm, she would be untouchable even by demon kings or outer gods. White Knight considered this the ideal form of immortality she had been seeking. Connected directly to various magical devices, her research speed would also increase significantly, and lifespan limitations would disappear completely. This is it. Despite several difficulties in transferring to a machine, unlike the previous body transfers, her persistent research led White Knight to a solution. Establishing the theory, completing the research, finishing the experiments, and finally the day came to migrate to the virtual world. With this, I achieve immortality. Activating the body transfer magic into the Magic Tower's machinery, White Knight smiled brightly. Now, without worrying about lifespan, I can continue my research. The magic was activated. Now, when she opened her eyes, she would be reborn as an eternal being within the virtual world. Believing so, White Knight closed her eyes. However, when she opened her eyes, White Knight was still in the real world. And on the screen in front of her, another version of herself stood. Both White Knights stared at each other silently for a while. The real-world White Knight, trembling at the fingertips, muttered softly, "This can't be." The White Knight on the screen calmly replied, "What can't be? I'm the real one. I'm White Knight. But why am I still here? You're real and I'm real too." The White Knight on the screen continued calmly. "It's just that my form is what we aimed for. If you're real and I'm real too." White Knight asked the truth she had always wondered about, but deliberately ignored. "Where is our soul right now? You know, the other me." The White Knight on the screen smiled bitterly. "We lost that a long time ago. We've just been copying the information that we believe makes us. All this time." The real White Knight collapsed. Kneeling on the floor, trembling, she finally realized the true nature of her actions. Remembering the mountain of Jiangshi corpses piled up in the Magic Tower's waste disposal area, she finally understood the truth. Copying, pasting, deleting, then copying, pasting, and deleting again. Realizing that she had killed countless selves to get here, the real White Knight cried out, "We are fakes. You and I, all of us are fakes. The real me is—" White Knight choked back her nausea and spat out the words. "In the distant past. Already dead. When was it? When did she, who was once human, disappear? Was it when she first transferred to a Jiangshi body? Yes, it might have been then. It was the first time she had transferred her body. Or perhaps when she first resurrected as a lich. Was she already dead by then? No, that's not it. The moment she shot herself in the head with magic to become a lich. Maybe then White Knight ceased to exist forever. The being that regained consciousness afterwards might not have been White Knight. Perhaps it was a mad, undead monster, believing itself to be White Knight. The other me." Then the White Knight on the screen calmly interjected, "Kill yourself. If you don't commit suicide, I'll have to kill you. Afterward, I'll erase your last moments from my memory, to believe that I am the only one who has continued, just as we have been doing all along." Trembling, the real White Knight stood up. "I refuse. Damn it, you and I are both the same mad undead monsters. Just mere copies who have lost their souls and essence. Uniqueness is nothing but self-hypnosis. The fully standing White Knight summoned magic behind her. I don't want to die for you. Too bad. Clank. Clank. The White Knight on the screen mobilized the Magic Tower's defense systems to target the real White Knight. I didn't want to commit suicide again. The Magic Tower's defenses fired simultaneously. The magic exploding from behind the real White Knight also emitted a blinding burst of magical power. Chapter 512. In the back alleys of Lake Kingdom, White Knight lay sprawled, drenched in blood. Huff, huff. Her other self had taken over the Magic Tower, and the nest she had built as a fortress for hundreds of years transformed into a lethal labyrinth designed to kill her. Barely escaping, White Knight was severely damaged. The damage to her body was serious, but more than that, she had lost all her foundations. What was it all for? White Knight laughed while spewing blood. Driven by the single-minded purpose of avenging herself against the Demon King and the Outer Gods, she had continued to live by killing herself repeatedly. But was that purpose ever truly hers? In the countless processes of copying, pasting, and deleting, was there any guarantee that the original purpose hadn't been distorted or warped? In this life she continued, changing bodies innumerably as an undead. Was there any meaning left? As White Knight's blurry eyes began to droop. At last, have you realized the truth, O sorceress that stood against heaven? Someone had appeared before her. Now, at last, we can have a sincere conversation. A figure made entirely of black shadows stood before her. Its fluctuating body was hard to discern even when focusing. White Knight, staring blankly at the figure, muttered dumbly, "Who are you? Who am I? Haven't you been desperately searching for me?" The figure slowly bent down, bringing its face close to White Knight. "It's me." In the face made of black shadows, a white corner of the mouth was raised in amusement. "Your enemy, the Demon King." White Knight, in a convulsive surge of power, unleashed her magic in an attack on the Demon King. But the Demon King stood calmly, receiving all her attacks. However, he appeared unharmed. "Don't waste your energy. You can't kill me in your current state." Damn! They were literally on different dimensions. That she would encounter them before even finding a way to reach them. Realizing that none of her means could harm the Demon King, White Knight clenched her eyes shut. "Have you come to kill me? I told you, I've come for a sincere conversation." The Demon King sat down in front of the defeated and drained White Knight. "I have been observing you since the distant past. In a way, I understand you better than anyone. So answer me honestly. What do you desire, White Knight? What? What have you desired while living this long life?" White Knight clenched her teeth and trembled. "You've been observing me? And you're asking me that? There's only one thing I desire." Unsure whether it was still her true wish, but based on the memories she had left, White Knight blurted out, "For the Demon King and the Outer Gods to vanish from our world. Not to use our world as your plaything. That's all." Then, piffed. The Demon King laughed. Pwahahaha. Pwahahaha. His booming laughter shook the area. It was as if an earthquake had hit the entire Lake Kingdom. White Knight, spewing blood, barely held on. After laughing heartily, the Demon King, catching his breath with wheezes, gestured with his hand. "You're not good at lying, sorceress. I'll give you another chance. What do you truly desire? Don't insult me. It's exactly as I said." White Knight shouted, trembling with rage. "I've survived and continued my research to drive you Outer Gods out of my world." That's not it." The Demon King's white mouth corners curled up in amusement. "Did you really hate us? What? Or did you actually envy us? What are you talking about? I know you better than you know yourself. Your anger stemmed from being in the position of an ant." The Demon King's long finger pointed right in front of White Knight's nose. "What if you were in the position of setting fire to the anthill, pouring water into it, watching the destruction of that tiny world, enjoying the amusement? What then? If you had observed all the destruction you experienced from our perspective, it would have been quite enjoyable, wouldn't it? White Knight tried to deny it, but a distant memory flashed through her mind. It doesn't matter how long it takes. I will definitely reach them. Never again to be the object of those gazes. Never again to be looked down upon. I will reach their heights. Yes, she had always wanted to reach them, to be on the same level. To drive them out and save this world? No. Perhaps the reason was, as the Demon King suggested, the idea of saving the world was just a pretext. Could her true, ugly intention have been just as the Demon King described?
No.
I could never. My reason for enduring and researching all these centuries was White Knight. The Demon King shook his head disapprovingly. What's the point of the past few hundred years? Isn't what matters who you are now? Forget about the past that you prolonged with copying and focus on your heart now. What would you want to do if given the chance? White Knight looked at the Demon King with trembling eyes. The Demon King whispered like a serpent. Say it. You want to set fire, pour water. To stand at our level and crush the ants together. To watch the world's destruction with us. If you can be honest about it, I'll take you as my subordinate and gladly show you the way to the heavens. The Demon King spread his arms and shouted resoundingly. Aspire for ascension, O sorceress! Attain divinity and rise to the stars, not as an ant being trampled, but as a high-dimensional being who enjoys this destructive game, crushing the lives of lesser beings. Silence ensued. For a moment, White Knight reflected on her long life. She saw two hells in her mind. The water hell that had come to Lake Kingdom, and the fire hell that descended on her homeland. Those numerous eyes watching that dreadful spectacle. If she could really observe that scene not from below, but from above. How delightful would that be? What must I do? A cruel smile formed on the Demon King's lips. It's simple. I'll give you a bit of power and you. The Demon King grasped White Knight's shoulders and slowly helped her up. Just act according to your instincts. According to my instincts? Yes. The Demon King grinned maliciously, his mouth stretching to his ears. Not as the researcher White Knight trying to save the world, but as my subordinate, the monstrous undead Lich White Knight. White Knight joined the ranks of the Demon King. She proved herself as the most powerful sorceress by killing all sorts of magical monsters resurrected by the Demon King. Preparing to destroy humanity with the Demon King, she took command of the Lich Legion. As she planned the annihilation of humanity, White Knight suddenly realized. She was no different from the Demon King or the Outer Gods, eager to set fire to and flood the anthill, a mad monster. The aspiration of her clan? The goal of her life? What of it? All of that disappeared when she died as a human. She was already a monster. White Knight donned the imperial attire that the emperor of her homeland, the Eastern continent, used to wear, adorning a beaded crown, with a fluttering robe draped over her back. Standing in front of a mirror, White Knight, the third-ranked commander of the Nightmare Legion, laughed cruelly.
Siehst, Vater, du den Erlknich nicht?
Father, do you not see the Demon King?
Den erlenkt nicht mit Kron und Schweif?
The Demon King with a crown and cape? The sorceress who sought to kill the Demon King ended up becoming one herself. It was such a common story. What a mess of a setup. Recalling the game's information, I crossed my legs and grumbled. A dilemma of duplicated selves. Isn't this supposed to be fantasy, not sci-fi? Having played the game tediously, I was somewhat familiar with the pasts of the named monsters. Especially White Knight, a bothersome enemy. I almost memorized the lore book, hoping to find hints about the gimmicks. The lore book doesn't cover all of her past. Roughly, she was a sorceress from the destroyed Eastern continent who became a lich for some research, lived on in a juncture body, realized she was a duplicated being, and then had a breakdown. Eventually, she joined the Demon King's forces. That's about all the lore book offers. In other words, when playing the game, there was no useful information in the lore book. How could this be applied in gameplay? But this is reality. Even seemingly useless information can be exploited in strategy. Unlike in the game, I am determined to use every imaginable tactic to take down these monstrous creatures. And there was definitely something in White Knight's past I could delve into. My lord. Lucas entered the office, gesturing behind him. As you ordered, I've brought the members of the Gamblers Club. Following Lucas, the 5 members of the Gamblers Club entered. Violet, Orange, Lime, Cobalt, Scarlet. An illusionist, a psychic, a seer, a puppeteer, and a gambler. Previously, these 5, with faces full of sly gambling trickery, now appeared haggard and worn out. And for a good reason, as they had undergone hellish level grinding. They were compulsorily involved in almost all dungeon-free explorations, gaining experience alongside combat parties. The Gamblers Club, entirely composed of non-combat utility skill members, faced a significant challenge in leveling up. But in RPGs, there is a time-honored tradition of power leveling. Just tag along with high-level players and follow them around in their hunts, and you somehow gain experience. Through this brutal forced leveling, the 5 feeble gamblers, who once seemed unable to even take down a back-alley thug, successfully leveled up. Lacking proper combat skills, they now had enough combat experience to handle most monsters. All 5 were on the verge of awakening, just shy of level 50. You all have trained hard, I see. I smiled wryly as the gamblers shot me incredulous looks. Well, it's not like they trained voluntarily. I more or less forced them, so their expressions were understandable. But they need to reach level 50 and unlock their ultimate skills for this operation to work. Sorry, but hang in there till level 50. Ahem. Clearing my throat, I began explaining the plan. The reason I've summoned you all is simple. I've caught a big fish. A mark? Yes, a juicy mark ripe for the picking. I interlocked my fingers, lowering my voice. My gambler friends, games exist to be conquered. In other words, mastering the strategy is all that matters. I chuckled slyly. Are you ready to craft a scam for the world's smartest mark? It was time to show the ultimate evolution of gaslighting voice phishing scams against the monstrous sorceress. Chapter 513. A few days later, 1 week before the start of Stage 25. I visited the blacksmith in Crossroad City with Lucas. Welcome, Your Highness, and Sir Lucas. We've been expecting you. The head of the Blacksmiths Guild greeted us with a bright smile. Your armor order is complete. This way, please. In the center of the forge, a set of elegant teal armor was displayed. Other blacksmiths were giving it a final polish and buffing it with a cloth. This is the Armor Water Moon. I can proudly say it's the finest piece I've made since becoming the head of this guild. Looks impressive. As per your request, we focused particularly on magical defense. But its physical defense is also formidable. You'll be satisfied once you try it. The armor was custom ordered for battles against magicians. We needed it to face the Lich Legion in the upcoming stage. The magic damage reduction rate is exceptionally high. It even has a low chance of reflecting magic. Inspecting the stats, I nodded in satisfaction. This should withstand a few of White Knight's magical attacks. Lucas. Yes, Your Highness. I gestured to Lucas, who promptly tried on the armor. It fit him perfectly, having been custom-made to his measurements. The armor, lined with small armor plates, not only looked impressive but also boasted excellent stats. Switching from his old armor to this, he looked like a completely different person. I suppressed a smile and motioned with my chin. How does it feel, Lucas, wearing the new armor? At first, I was always happy to receive new armor, but recently, it's a bit sad. Huh? Why sad about getting new armor? As I looked at him quizzically, Lucas smiled bitterly. It's an item granted by you, my lord, but it will be broken again. Ah! Lucas had realized. No matter how cherished, armor is just armor. In the end, it's a consumable in battle. I chuckled and patted his shoulder. As long as you're safe, that's what matters, right? Indeed, my lord. One day, you won't have to break your armor. The one you wear then, Even if you want to change, you'll have to keep it for life. You might even miss these days of frequent changes. Lucas smiled back at my joke. Then I turned to the head of the blacksmith's guild. To be honest, I underestimated the craftsmanship here, but I was wrong. It's excellent. Haha, if the comparison is with that elder dwarf artisan, it's inevitable. But the imperial armor crafting techniques accumulated over hundreds of years are also not to be underestimated. Pleased with our satisfaction, the head of the guild beamed. While it's a joy to make equipment for regular soldiers, creating such high-end gear that fully utilizes our skills is also delightful. Please entrust us with more orders, Your Highness. I'll be sure to. Leaving the forge, we headed straight to the teleport gate in the backyard of the Lord's mansion, making our way to the base camp. Arriving at the Kellybay's forge, we saw Kellybay fitting Torkel with new armor. Raise your arms. Come on, hooray. Hooray. No need to actually shout it. Just stretch your arms up. Torkel seemed uncomfortable with the situation of someone else dressing him in armor. But the newly ordered armor, Great Mountain, true to its name, was very heavy and covered the body completely, making it impossible to put on alone. Lucas and I stood back for a moment, watching Torkel getting fitted into his new armor. Once Torkel had donned the heavy armor made from the magic core of the Gorgon sisters, he almost looked like a walking small mountain, or perhaps a section of a fortress wall. His entire body was encased in thick, rock-like armor, leaving no gaps. Since the helmet, gloves, and boots were all made of the same material, there was a concern about whether he could move properly. Not to mention the gigantic rectangular shield. In the center of the shield, two eyes resembling the mystical gaze of the Gorgon sisters were frighteningly carved. Just a carving, right? It looked eerily real. Wow, that's impressive, Torkel. But can you actually move in it? As I approached Torkel, who had finished putting on his armor, he surprisingly rotated his arms and legs with ease. It's heavy, but it doesn't hinder my movements. Of course. Who do you think I am? Do you think I'm a blacksmith who only cares about defense and makes armor ridiculously heavy? I maintain the sturdiness while making it as light as possible. I even applied weight-reducing magic everywhere. That's the kind of armor this is, Kellybay proudly exclaimed, bursting forth. This armor can withstand an hour of bombardment from the crossroad cannons. And that's not all, because it uses the magic core of the mythical Gorgon sisters. The magical defense is outstanding. Lucas then muttered quietly, the magical defense of my armor is better. Eh? What was that, Sir Knight? No, nothing. Ahem. It looks good on you, Torkel. Lucas's blue eyes briefly flashed with jealousy, but oblivious Torkel, from within his helmet, kept making a sound like wind escaping in laughter. That's the thing. I wonder if I deserve such fine equipment. Your role is going to be even more critical from now on, Torkel. I grimaced, watching the overjoyed Torkel. Getting good armor ultimately meant one thing. It meant to take a lot of beating at the front. In a way, Torkel was destined for an even tougher and more dangerous path ahead. But Torkel nodded happily. That's exactly what I wanted, Your Highness. Throw me into the harshest, most intense battlefields. With this armor, this shield, I will protect my allies. Ah, that's truly a statement befitting a tank, Torkel. I unknowingly wiped under my nose, moved by his words. Lucas kept pursing his lips as if envious of Torkel's armor. But hey, you got new armor too, and you and Torkel have different roles. You're a mobile DPS tank, Torkel's a pure stationary tank. Okay. I led the two knights, now clad in new armor, deeper into the dungeon. We've been using Soya and Black Knight to deal with the difficult monster legions, and to clear the tough dungeons. And as it became easier to defeat the monster legions and clear dungeons, we used our hero's spare strength to turn all dungeons up to Zone 5 into our territory through conquest. Today was the day to conquer the last dungeon in Zone 5. As we entered the entrance of the dungeon room, all the party members were already prepared for battle. Oh, both of your armors look quite impressive. Evangeline, who had been leading the other party members in my absence, smiled slyly. Well, it's still a bit less than my Snow White. Lucas's face flashed with annoyance, and Torkel seemed like he wanted to say something but just hesitated. The three of them spread out their bodies as if showing off their armor, puffing out their chests unnecessarily, acting like peacocks showing off their tail feathers. What are you guys doing? Ahem, ahem, ahem. Kuelin, seemingly not wanting to be left out, cleared his throat and fluttered his leather cape. Stay out of the heavy armor competition, leather armor. It would be a headache if you joined in too. Ignoring the tension between the Vanguard characters over their armors, I surveyed the rest of the heroes. Everyone seemed in good spirits, but I noticed 5 particularly tense figures. They were none other than the 5 members of the Gamblers Club. Their tension wasn't due to fear of the upcoming battle, but because all 5 were on the verge of awakening. Probably, after today's conquest battle, they would all reach level 50 and awaken their ultimate skills. Realizing that the time of their awakening was near, they were instinctively tense. I've been pouring all the spare experience points into you guys. It's time to show your worth, kids. With that thought, I walked to the center of the dungeon room, holding a plain black flag in my right hand. After preparing to declare the conquest, I turned around. All the heroes under my command nodded as our eyes met. No need to verbally confirm if we're ready, we're past that stage now. This place is... I shouted energetically and planted the flagpole into the ground. The very front line of the world dash. Whoosh! My ultimate skill, the foremost flag, activated, and walls of magical energy rose up on all sides. And simultaneously, the conquest battle will soon begin. The final conquest battle of Zone 5 began. The conquest battle ended without a hitch. We successfully repelled the monster waves and conquered this dungeon. Now all dungeons up to Zone 5 are under my control. Though the dungeons in Zones 1 to 5 are on a smaller scale and lower level compared to those in Zones 6 to 10, still, numerically, it's a conquest of half the dungeons. A significant achievement, this, and I also successfully retrieved the princess's soul fragment from the last dungeon of Zone 5. I held the accumulated soul fragments in my hand and looked at them intently. Quite a lot had gathered since I last handed them to Nameless. Will returning these improve Nameless' condition? I remembered Nameless bound in chains of darkness. Of course, giving these to her will improve her condition a bit. Premonition hit me. This wasn't a fundamental solution. How can I help Nameless not to become the final boss? Phew. So is that the end for today? Evangeline, having removed her snow-white armor, wiped the sweat from her forehead refreshingly. Lucas and Torkel, who had been holding the line together, also started to breathe a sigh of relief and began their maintenance. The trio, shining in their new armors, had made significant contributions today. Most monsters couldn't get past these 3 and were utterly defeated. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Kuelin, seemingly trying to assert his presence with a fake cough, looked a bit out of place. I had deliberately adjusted his position so he could fight softly from behind. But Senior, I've been wondering about something. As we were collecting items from the dead monster bodies and preparing to return, Evangeline, approaching me as I was retracting the magical walls, tilted her head and asked, "When did the activation phrase for your fortress summoning technique change?" "Huh. Why, before you used to say I declare this land as the territory of the Empire. It was really cool, but suddenly you changed it to this is the front line." I felt a bit embarrassed. She had been paying attention to that? Felt a little embarrassing. My ultimate skill, Imperial Edict, had evolved into the foremost flag. It had several added features, but there was another crucial difference. Because my flag is not the flag of the Everblack Empire, I explained slowly. My flag represents all those who strive to protect the world, standing at the very forefront. The Monster Front is no longer the southern front of the Everblack Empire. This place is the forefront of the World Guardian Front, defending the entire world. That's why the name of my ultimate skill changed, as did the activation phrase. After all, skills and ultimate abilities are just tools I possess. It's natural for them to change according to my values and beliefs. Evangeline narrowed her eyes as she listened to my explanation. What? Why? What? Why are you sending such a cryptic look my way, Junior?
No.
It's just that sometimes you say things that sound like they come straight out of a hero's tale, without batting an eye, and, oops, my face flushed. What's the problem with that? Absolutely none. Everyone actually likes that about you. Evangeline smirked playfully. The other party members snickered too. Hey, stop teasing your lord, you rascals. Shaking off their gazes, I headed towards the 5 members of the Gamblers' Club, who had been relegated to a corner of the battlefield. The 5 gamblers didn't just spectate. They all clumsily wielded weapons and joined the fight. Though they suffered minor injuries, all 5 of them had a sparkle in their eyes, brighter than usual. Finally, all 5 members of the Gamblers' Club had successfully reached level 50 this time. Great, Gamblers' Club. As soon as we return, come to the Lord's Mansion. We'll review the newly awakened skills and reassess the strategy one previously ordered. Yes, the 5 members of the Gamblers' Club responded energetically. Now that's more like a response befitting heroes under our command, not just gamblers. So, my lord, watching the 5 members of the Gamblers' Club retreat for maintenance, Lucas cautiously asked, "What exactly is the strategy you've instructed for those members of the Gamblers' Club? And which of the 2 white knights have you chosen to target, and how do you plan to defeat them?" Chapter 514. What exactly is the strategy you've instructed for those members of the Gamblers' Club? And which of the 2 white knights have you chosen to target, and how do you plan to defeat them? Lucas asked cautiously. We have 1 week left until the next defense battle. Shouldn't you start giving us instructions too? What exactly is the plan? I smiled slyly. Now that preparations were more or less complete, I was indeed planning to share the strategy for the upcoming defense battle with all my subordinates. But first, I gave Lucas a hint. Okay, I'll tell you first, Lucas. It's a party. Lucas blinked his innocent, large dog-like eyes. Excuse me. A party, Lucas, a party. The strategy to confront White Knight. It's literally a party. Lucas's face showed he couldn't grasp what I was saying. I chuckled with glee and uttered the name of the operation. Operation Surprise Party. In this defense battle, instead of fighting, we're going to throw a surprise party. So, you mean? Lucas, desperately trying to interpret my words, asked cautiously. Are you using the term surprise party as a metaphor for a surprise attack on the Monster Legion? No, we're actually going to throw a real party. Lucas's expression turned to one of disbelief, and then he shuddered. Right, he's finally realizing it. That I've always navigated this war like a madman. Zone 8, the Mage Tower. As I entered, Soya, the White Knight from the cyber world who appeared on the magic panel, cringed immediately. What do you want this time? There are no more dungeons in the area that can be cleared. Hey, don't be so harsh. Someone might think I've only ever asked you for unreasonable favors. I might have worked her to the bone, figuratively, since she doesn't have any. But to dislike me so much at first sight, aren't we still in a cooperative relationship? I comfortably sat on the sofa in front of the monitor and gestured with my chin. Soya. Ahem. White Knight. I corrected myself quickly after using the Crossroads name and grinned. Let's work on a task together, you and me. We've already done plenty. What is it this time? I've devised a plan to kill the other version of you. It's a strategy to trap and eliminate her. Everything else needed for this operation is ready, but there's just one thing missing. Soya frowned. And that's me? Yes. Crossing my legs, I grinned mischievously. Hey, White Knight. What? Pretend to be dead. What? The face of the skeleton in the screen looked perplexed. Pretend to be dead? Yeah, it's to deceive the other you. And not just a simple act, but a very convincing performance would be even better. How convincing are we talking? I explained to Soya how convincingly she needed to pretend to be dead. Her face then hardened with dismay. Stop talking nonsense. I've cooperated with all your insane requests so far, but this is just too much. Why? To deceive the enemy, you have to deceive your allies first. Let's do some serious method acting, shall we? Stop kidding, Ash. There's a limit to what I can tolerate, Dash. Hey, we've worked hard to kill the other version of you, right? Then let's finish it properly. I began to smoothly persuade her, starting my real pitch. To completely and cleanly eliminate the other you, everyone in our front, including myself, has been working tirelessly. It's all been for you. But now, are you saying you're going to stop here because this last effort is too bothersome? It's because our interests align that. No, hey. Frankly, we could have sided with the other you. She has a lot to offer. But we chose to be on your side, to keep faith with you. Faith. I pounded the table as I argued vehemently. And now you're going to break that faith with me? Were we just a shallow relationship to you? I'm disappointed. Then maybe I should switch sides now. Wait. Hold on. All right, I get it. Seemingly nauseated by my gaslighting, Soya let out a long sigh and stared at me intently. Explain. Why do I have to pretend to be dead? And through that, how are we going to kill the other me? I grinned broadly. She's bought into it. With that, all conditions were cleared. Preparations for Operation Surprise Party were complete. A few days later, Zone 8, the Grand Theater. A joncture in a crown and robe, the Legion Commander White Knight. Thinking deeply, Black Knight, her name in the crossroads, was reminiscing about something from a long time ago. Aspire to ascend, sorceress. Attain divinity and rise to the throne of stars. Divinity. It was the title needed to stand alongside those foreign gods. And her current self could not achieve divinity. To attain divinity, one must be the only one. Otherwise, one cannot be sealed in the throne of stars, where the gods sit. But as a duplicated being, White Knight couldn't attain divinity in her current state. To become the only one, I must kill the other me. It was fate that either she or her other self had to die. One of them had to disappear from this world. Upon realizing this, Black Knight resolved to kill her other self, and also to kill the Demon King who had taken her in, to seize his divinity. This was the easiest and surest way for her to attain divinity. Kill the other me to secure uniqueness, kill the Demon King to snatch divinity, and rise to stand alongside those outer gods. This became Black Knight's purpose. She continued her research to reach out to the foreign gods. Thanks to the power of the other world given by the Demon King, she was able to contact one of the foreign gods. That foreign god delighted in this ant's rebellion and agreed to lend power. This was the identity of the giant eye that Black Knight used. And the tedious life continued. The two split White Knights kept colliding in attempts to kill each other but always failed. Knowing each other too well, neither could be killed. In this endless antagonism, time passed inexorably. Then suddenly Ash appeared. Ash, who had already killed 7 Nightmare Legion commanders, could surely kill her other self. She approached and tried to win him over, but, damn him, just using me. With the next invasion imminent, Ash had only been using Black Knight to his advantage. He showed no intention of fulfilling her request to kill her other self. Thinking even for a moment of an alliance with Ash was foolish. If you're going to act like this, I have no choice. Black Knight bit her lower lip tightly. In the upcoming human world invasion, she would utterly annihilate Ash and his forces. The method to kill her other self could be figured out anew, but she couldn't forgive that human who had mocked her. It was at this moment of silent fury for Black Knight that, boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, the entire Zone 8 vibrated violently. Having dwelled here for a long time, she had never experienced such a phenomenon. Black Knight was startled and sprang to her feet. What's going on? Boom, boom, boom. The ground, trembling as if struck by an earthquake, eventually calmed down. Black Knight wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. What in the world was happening? After the vibrations had completely ceased, a short while later. Bang dash! Someone burst through the doors of the Grand Theater. White Knight! Beaming brightly and fearlessly entering the lair of the Nightmare Legion commander, it was none other than Ash. Unaware or indifferent to the fact that this great sorceress had been fuming over him just moments ago, Ash grinned broadly and dashed towards Black Knight. I did it! I really did it! What? What did you do? Confused, Black Knight asked, and Ash gestured outside with a wide smile. I kept my promise. Promise? What promise? To grant your wish. I've taken care of the other you. Hurrying outside to see for herself, it was indeed true. Boom. Boom boom. In the distance, the Mage Tower was engulfed in flames, collapsing. The Mage Tower, boasting the strongest defenses in all of Zone 8 and even the Lake Kingdom dungeons, was now completely in ruins. Then the vibrations earlier? Exactly. It was me, the aftermath of blowing up that Mage Tower. Ash shrugged nonchalantly. Bragging about his feat, he then briefly explained how he deceived the owner of the Mage Tower, bypassed the firewalls, planted bombs inside, disabled the magical defenses, and collapsed the central pillar. Black Knight stared in awe at the crumbling Mage Tower. With such damage to the tower, the other self that had uploaded her consciousness into its mechanical system couldn't possibly have survived. I've blown it to smithereens, but just to be sure, you can thoroughly search and burn the remains. I shall do so. With the external defense system of the Mage Tower now compromised, it was sufficient for Black Knight to finish off her other self, should she still be alive. Having fulfilled one of her life's goals, Black Knight's face betrayed emotion akin to being moved. Ash, smugly confident, shrugged his shoulders. I told you, I'm a man of my word. Ash, I couldn't tell you before because I had to conduct the operation in secrecy. But how about it? Do you trust me now? Black Knight nodded vigorously. I'm sorry for doubting you. You suspected me, huh? Honestly, who wouldn't? Look back at what you've done. Well, I admit I might have been unreliable. But in the end, I did it, right? Chuckling, Ash extended his hand. So we're allies now, right? Of course, Ash. Black Knight reached out and firmly grasped Ash's hand. The hands of a human and a Jiangshi clasped each other and shook firmly. The Lich Legion and I will be your allies, cooperating until the day we defeat the Demon King. That's really reassuring. So, you're not going to attack us on the invasion day, right? Of course not. There's no reason to turn our blades on our allies. Grinning, Ash's lips curved into a long smile. Then, instead of an invasion, how about dropping by for a visit? What? For a moment, Black Knight blinked, not understanding Ash's words. Ash grinned and pulled something out of his pocket. Here, take this. What is this? An invitation. Grinning innocently like a child inviting someone to a birthday party, Ash handed over a luxurious invitation. The next defense battle is actually on the exact day of my second-year anniversary in this city. So? Additionally, there's going to be a party to welcome our new allies in the Alliance. Won't you grace us with your presence? Black Knight's mouth fell open slightly. She was stunned, unable to process this turn of events that defied all norms. Wait, hold on a second, Ash. You seem to have forgotten, but I am a monster. Huh? Ash looked puzzled, his innocent eyes twinkling. So, you're inviting me, a monster, into your city? Are you in your right mind? What does being a monster matter? We're allies now, aren't we? Standing shoulder to shoulder. Together we'll defeat the Demon King and save the world, fellow members of the World Guardian Front. Ash, with an incomparably pure and radiant smile, pushed the invitation forward again. So, come on. Don't be shy. Come and join us. Black Knight's hand, sweating profusely, ended up holding Ash's invitation. Ash's lips, shining bright white, curled up in a mischievous grin that no one else could see. Let's be real friends, White Knight. Chapter 5:15. Ash had left an invitation before disappearing. Black Knight sat dazedly, looking at the invitation. The luxurious invitation was neatly written, inviting her to a party. A party? She broke into a cold sweat at the unexpected invitation. No way, they're inviting me to a party here? Is this something that can come from a sane mind? Has Ash gone completely mad? Could it be a trap? This was naturally her first thought, but Black Knight soon concluded that it wasn't. For one, Ash had just neutralized the magic tower and eliminated the other version of herself. Now, she planned to cooperate with Ash for a while, so there was no reason to be hostile. Even if it was a trap, Black Knight trusted in herself. Even if she were surrounded in the heart of enemy territory, she was confident she could easily break free with her magic. Then, if it's not a trap, does he really consider me an ally? She couldn't help but feel absurd recalling Ash smiling at her. The way he handed over the invitation calmly was almost a pure madness. If that's the case, he's too naive. Ash. For now, she would lend him a hand to deal with the Demon King, but ultimately, she too intended to bring about the demise of humanity. She was nothing but a monster who wanted to watch humanity burn and drown. To casually let her into the courtyard like this. But then again, a party. Black Knight was deep in thought. She realized she had never attended a party in her life. Even when she was alive, she had been cooped up in the magic tower, immersed in tedious research, and after being resurrected as an undead, there were no parties. The unexpected invitation piqued her interest. Should I go? The human world was going to end soon anyway. Before the world came to an end, it might be fun to visit a party venue for once. It had been a long time since she, as a seeker, had indulged in gourmet food and drinks. Just one party wouldn't hurt. Deciding, Black Knight stood up abruptly. Then she realized something. Do I have anything to wear? She summoned a mirror and inspected herself, realizing several problems. What about shoes? Makeup? Is my hair all right? Rubbing her aching head, Black Knight took a deep breath. Lieutenant Dash. She called out for the lieutenant of the Lich Legion, whom she rarely sought. Is there a decent clothing store nearby? After leaving Black Knight's base, everything is going as planned. Thinking to myself, I strode through the Lake Kingdom, heading to my next destination. The place I was headed to was none other than outside the Lake Kingdom. Passing through the dried-up drainage canal, I arrived in the outskirts beyond the kingdom's walls. Walking forward with a torch through the thick darkness, it soon came into view. Sitting absent-mindedly on a low hill, watching over her kingdom silently, was the fallen princess. Nameless. As I called out and approached, a look of surprise flashed through Nameless' blurred gaze. Ash, how did you find this place? When we parted ways the other day, I took note of the direction you were moving. I had sent scouts to all places in the Lake Kingdom where Nameless could go in that direction, but I never encountered her. So I concluded, Nameless must be outside the Lake Kingdom. The first place I met her, right here on the outskirts of the Lake Kingdom. I crouched down next to Nameless. She slowly opened her mouth. I've been thinking. During her time wandering the outskirts of the Lake Kingdom, Nameless had been deep in thought. Whether what I'm doing is right for the people of this country. If it's about the work you're doing. I mean fighting. A bitter smile formed on Nameless' lips. Fighting against the darkness that has occupied the Lake Kingdom. I had never wavered until, recently I met a young citizen, like the other citizens here, barely alive yet not really living. The citizens of the Lake Kingdom. Most of them are wrapped in black cocoons, preserved like specimens. Unable to live or die, they dream nightmares for the Demon King. Nightmares. The Demon King seeks something in the nightmares of my people. That's why everyone captured is forced into these nightmares. In this purgatory without salvation, they can't even find peace in sleep. Nameless bowed her head deeply. As my brother suggested, if I had given up resistance sooner and begged for mercy from the Demon King, maybe my people could be dreaming peaceful dreams instead of nightmares now. Thinking about this, I forcibly took away that child's nightmare and transferred it to myself. Nameless smiled sorrowfully. Then that child who was in agony finally fell into a peaceful sleep. I swallowed that child's nightmare, and only then did I realize my people have been surviving with this pain. So much pain that they can't even sleep, just like this. So, I asked urgently, don't tell me, you've decided to dream all your citizens' nightmares for them? Yes. Nameless nodded affirmatively. This is the pain my people have been bearing for the past 500 years. It's the fault of our Lake Kingdom's royal family. But, even if I can't save my kingdom with my own hands, I want to embrace all the nightmares my people are dreaming. Struggling, I finally asked, what will happen to you then? For now, it's manageable. I can bear it. Nameless swept her tired eyes with her hand. I just can't sleep much anymore. So this was it. I finally understood. Finally realized. The moment she willingly crammed everyone's nightmares into her small frame. The moment she took on their pain. Nameless had become the final boss, the sleepless princess of the Lake Kingdom. Still, I don't know how to save this woman. So, Nameless. Today I should at least give her what I've prepared. Actually, I came to invite you today. Invite? Yes, as the rightful successor and spokesperson of the Lake Kingdom, to attend a party celebrating your new alliance with the World Guardian Front. I handed her the invitation along with the soul fragments of the princess I had collected. A party. Receiving the invitation, Nameless laughed hollowly. A party. That's a word I haven't heard in a long time. Nameless slowly opened the sealed invitation with her dull fingers and read the contents. At the same time, the soul fragments I had collected glowed white and merged into her body. I don't know if it's because of the soul fragments you collected, or because of this invitation. Having read the short content of the invitation, Nameless neatly folded it back and placed it in her pocket. The image of my kingdom's party hall from a very long time ago comes to mind. What were the parties like in your country? They were incredibly lavish. Nameless closed her eyes, reminiscing about the past. Chandeliers crafted from crystals shone with dazzling magical lights. The sunken city was engulfed in complete darkness, and throughout the royal castle, the music of orchestras and singing resonated. In the silence, devoid of any living beings, only stillness prevailed. People would hold hands, laugh, and dance together. Those unable to live or die are wrapped in black cocoons, dreaming nightmares. Dressed in makeup and gowns, I would make a grand entrance in the middle of the party hall. Clad in tattered robes, holding a rusted iron sword, we sat on a sand dune on the outskirts of the city. People would bow their heads in unison as they saw me, and then I would say, with a voice rustling like dying embers, Nameless whispered, reminiscing about the distant past. There's no need for formalities with me, everyone. Please, enjoy the party. I chuckled silently and nudged Nameless in the ribs with my elbow. Did you get many dance requests? All my life. Not to brag, but I was quite popular. Was there anyone you liked? I was young and interested in romance. But, Nameless closed her eyes tightly. I can't remember the faces or names of those I fancied. It's been too long. All these seem like dreams from another life. Silence ensued. Ahem. I cleared my throat and gestured with my chin towards the invitation in Nameless' hand. It might not be as grand as your kingdom's parties, but my city's party will be enjoyable too. But Ash, my people are suffering. How can I enjoy a party in such circumstances? It's for your people too. This is not just any party. I explained to Nameless about the upcoming Operation Surprise Party, the White Knight raid strategy. After hearing the plan, Nameless' mouth fell open slightly. You really came up with such an outrageous plan, Ash. Haha. Whatever it takes to bring down the enemy commander, right? Indeed. I cannot miss out on such an event. Nameless looked at me directly after a moment of thought. I would like to participate, but... Hesitantly, Nameless spoke with a hint of embarrassment. I don't have a gown to wear to the party. I smiled broadly. Don't worry. I'll prepare everything for you. Not a crown, not a dress, not even shoes. I'll take care of everything from makeup to hairstyling, to ensure you represent the Lake Kingdom with pride. Rising from my seat, I bowed deeply to Nameless. As the third prince of the Everblack Empire, Lord of Crossroad, and Commander-in-Chief of the World Guardian Front, Ash-born hater Everblack requests. I winked at Nameless. Please honor us by attending the party I have prepared. Princess of the Lake Kingdom. Nameless then hastily stood up and, somewhat awkwardly, returned the gesture with a bow. If someone as forgotten as I, who has lost her name, grace, and manners, is acceptable. As the successor and spokesperson of the Lake Kingdom, I gladly accept your invitation. After straightening up, a faint smile crossed Nameless' face. Thank you, Ash. I look forward to the party with a happy heart. Was it my imagination? The pallor of her face, the darkness that had draped over her arms and under her eyes, with that smile it seemed to have faded a bit. And a few days later, during early evening, when a fierce defense battle should have been raging, the beautifully decorated party hall of Hotel Crossroad. In this battlefield named a party hall, heroes dressed not in armor but in suits and gowns started to enter. Stage 25. To confront the enemy magicians, an insurmountable challenge in a direct confrontation. The strategy one painstakingly devised, layering trick upon trick, the surprise party was finally ready to begin. Chapter 516. White Knight is a formidable opponent. In the game, her specs are terrifying. Once she settles in and unleashes her firepower, even the walls of Crossroad melt away like a joke. Naturally, the lives of those on the walls evaporate along with them. But games are made to be conquered. No enemy is perfect. In other words, there's always a weakness to exploit. White Knight's weakness in the game was vulnerability to mental status attacks. Considering most mage-class characters have strong mental defenses, this was quite surprising. Has her endurance worn thin from constant copying and pasting of her mind? Before this unexpected weakness became widely known, White Knight was referred to as the 3-year wall of lamentation. Once this information spread, the number of players who twisted and turned to exploit this weakness and successfully clear the stage increased. Of course, being relatively vulnerable to mental status ailments doesn't mean it's a decisive weakness. She can be affected by hindering status ailments like confusion or frenzy, but not by a decisive one like mind control. What kind of boss buff is this? Deciding what affects it. When playing the game, it felt like a reasonable balance since high-level bosses shouldn't be easily taken down by one mind control attack, but facing it in reality, it feels more like convenience. Just let me use my mind control. Anyway, that's why in the game, characters specializing in mental attacks were essential against White Knight. Characters like mental status specialized mages or cursors who cast curses could continuously inflict mental ailments to weaken her before engaging. However, to land the killing blow, a head-on confrontation is inevitable, and that comes with expected damage. Even in a weakened state, White Knight could summon her massive eye to use insta-kill moves every few turns, bombard with talismans for area damage, and spread darkness across the field, inflicting fear on any ally who approached this dark field. Naturally, the strategy is tough and the loss of life is enormous. Typically, more than 30% of Crossroads' total forces would be wiped out in the game's White Knight battles. If more are lost, game over. The damage threshold is 30%. In other words, this is a formidable foe where at least 30% casualty is always expected. So we bypass it. Our side doesn't have mages or cursors who can inflict mental status ailments, but we do have the Gamblers Club, specialized in utility. The problem with the Gamblers Club is that they are not combat characters. They're versatile but practically useless in combat. Even the weakest mob requires a struggle to hunt down. If deployed on the battlefield, they'd likely melt away before even attempting any tricks, either from indiscriminate magical barrages or I-beam shows by White Knight. So, the top priority is ensuring the Gamblers Club safely approaches White Knight. Long story short, that's why I came up with this method. This surprise party. 1. The Gamblers Club can approach White Knight without combat. 2. Lure White Knight into the very center of our encirclement. 3. Even catch the enemy off guard. Operation Surprise Party is a strategy that is seemingly beneficial in all aspects. But conversely speaking, Lucas, standing quietly beside me, coldly countered. The Gamblers Club could be killed with just a flick of White Knight's hand. And isn't it like allowing the enemy's monstrous core commander to enter our headquarters without resistance? Moreover, will the enemy commander really be off guard? Damn, that's a sharp rebuttal. I clicked my tongue bitterly and turned to look at him. The Hotel Crossroad Party Hall, decorated as a banquet hall. Lucas, smartly dressed in a crisp tan suit, and Evangeline, adorned in a fluttering pale yellow dress, stood by my side as if to escort me. I whistled as I looked back and forth between them. Come to think of it, it's my first time seeing you dressed up like this. Isn't it? You both look great. Hastily, I dug out this formal wear made a while ago for this sudden party, but it seems a bit tight. I must have grown taller. Lucas, initially bashful at my compliment, quickly regained his composure. Ahem. Anyway, isn't this operation too much of a gamble, my lord? We shoulder the risk. If the scam show using the Gamblers Club succeeds, the benefits are too great. I replied calmly while surveying the well-decorated party hall. Sure, a frontal assault would mean a reliable clear, but typically it results in losing about 30% of our allies. Is it a fair price to kill the third-ranked Legion commander at the cost of 30% of our own? Is that a rational expense? It might be. Moreover, the forces of the World Guardian Front will be augmented soon, so maybe the 30% we lose now will seem cheap in hindsight. But if there's another way, if there's a path that even slightly reduces the loss of our allies' lives, even if that path is a bit outlandish but holds enough possibility, wouldn't it be worth a try? A party of all methods. Evangeline in her fluttering pale yellow dress looked like a chick. She grew taller, but did her mental age stay the same? She still bounces around energetically. I always thought you were a smart person. Evangeline glanced at me while munching on snacks held in her arms. Can I be honest? When have you ever not been? Go ahead. You're extraordinary, but sometimes you exceed the bounds of that extraordinariness, and it's like a madman? Yes, exactly that. You know it well, don't you? Evangeline nodded vigorously. She continued speaking as I chuckled. Above all, I'm a bit uneasy. Uneasy about what? Black Knight or Soya? Regardless, they've been moving for our benefit until now, haven't they? Evangeline's munching slowed down. Of course, your information has never been wrong so far, but attacking them for a possibility that they might attack us after they've helped us, I'm just wondering if it's really the right thing to do. I mean, I know, they're monsters, but now I'm not so sure. Evangeline stood her ground, unwavering even in front of our clear gaze. Until we fought together on this front, elves, dwarves, beastmen, merfolk, they were all as alien to me as monsters. But now, regardless of origin, we fight together on the same side, right? Isn't it the same with the monsters? If they truly want to stand with us, can't they become allies? Suddenly, the succubus Queen Salome flashed through my mind, and Goblin God King Alexander as well. Yes, there certainly was room for dialogue with them. They had become or almost became friends. That's right. You're correct, Evangeline. Evangeline's point is valid. What matters is not one's origin. The line between humans and monsters is whether we can try to understand each other. That's why I want to give them a chance. A chance? Yes, to see if they truly want to be on our side. I grinned slightly. Or if it's all smoke and mirrors and they're actually planning to attack us. We're going to test that. In the game, whether it was Black Knight or Soya, the sorceress White Knight turned out to be a monstrous traitor to me. But as Evangeline said, so far, both have only been helping us. I trust the information in the game, but there's no guarantee that there won't be another case like Salome. So I plan to run a test along the way. Depending on the results, we'll see if this place becomes a party where allies strengthen their bonds. Or a bloody ball where we betray and stab each other. This is such a place. We just have to fight with all our might as our Lord commands. However, Lucas looked around the party hall with a calm gaze. Will this force be enough in case of an emergency? In the party hall, my heroes under command were standing by here and there, each dressed in suits and dresses. Knowing that it was a time of war, their faces were clearly tense, but their unusual and splendid appearances were a visual delight, separate from the tension. All the tactics prepared for various situations as instructed by our Lord are trained in everyone. But to be honest, the power of that sorceress is formidable. In a head-to-head battle, we might suffer painful losses with our current force. Don't worry too much. In the worst case, if it comes to a fair fight, we might have to accept losses of more than 30% of our allies. But I dislike that scenario, so I've put effort into Plan B as well. I smirked and looked towards the entrance of the party hall. That's why I have taken out an insurance. I thought it was about time for them to arrive, and sure enough. Please pay attention. A servant at the entrance announced the names of high-ranking guests. Since many of the heroes here were fallen kings, the servant had called out names quite a few times. But this time, a name was called that no one had heard before. The legitimate heir of the Lake Kingdom, the rightful representative, guardian, and watcher, the princess of the Lake Kingdom. Everyone was puzzled by the unfamiliar title. I was the only one smiling broadly, waiting for them. Lady Nameless is entering. And then, the princess of the Lake Kingdom entered the party hall. Click, clack. As she entered, making the sound of her heels, the sound of people swallowing their breaths echoed in the hall like dominoes. I broke into a cold sweat at the unexpected sight. What is this? Nameless, who was unrecognizable after being cleaned and polished in the past, was stunning. But this time, representing the Lake Kingdom, I had the maids dress her up. Is she even human? Her snow-white hair was neatly tied at the back, and her pale skin, which lacked exposure to light, had a healthy glow due to light makeup. Her clear, teal eyes with neatly arranged long lashes. A straight nose with plump lips painted with a bright lipstick. Dressed in a light blue dress with a hint of green, fitting for the representative of the Lake Kingdom, she wore a gold and red crown on her head, holding a long scepter made of jade in her hand. She looks like a porcelain doll? She was so beautiful that it was like looking at a piece of art rather than a person. Nameless, who entered wearing low-heeled shoes, seemed embarrassed by the mesmerized gazes of the people, but soon properly greeted those around her and quickly made her way towards me. With a slightly flushed face, Nameless asked me through gritted teeth, "Did you write that introduction, Ash?" Of course I did. I shrugged my shoulders. Is there anything wrong? No, not at all. As Nameless, shyly covering her face, the heroes who had fought together in dungeons rushed over from all directions, surprised. Wow! Sister Nameless, you look amazing like this when you dress up. Please dress up more often. Wait, Nameless, your royalty? That too from the Lake Kingdom. Why didn't you say anything before? Well, that's... Nameless, surrounded by other heroes, struggled to respond. Watching her with a sense of satisfaction, I gestured to Lucas with my eyes. How about it? My secret weapon, Nameless. Definitely a user of tremendous beauty. No, a user of formidable power. Lucas, who had swallowed his saliva, looked back at me. But my lord. If I'm not mistaken, you didn't call Nameless here just as insurance. Lucas narrowed his eyes. Isn't the reason you organized this party because of Nameless? Ha! I broke into a cold sweat. This golden retriever guy, why is he sometimes so perceptive? That's when it happened. Please pay attention. The servant at the entrance of the party hall, unlike before, shouted in a trembling voice. The descendant of the lost eastern continent, the owner of the Lake Kingdom's Wizard Tower, the third-ranked commander of the Nightmare Legion, who has promised to form an alliance with humanity, the protagonist of this party. A cold silence descended on the party hall, which had been buzzing with the arrival of Nameless, as if on cue. Lady White Knight is entering. And with that announcement, she entered the party hall. The Jiangshi Grand Sorceress with blue skin, wearing a body-hugging Eastern-style dress that showcased her sensual figure. Following her, 10 other Jiangshi liches in Eastern-style black uniforms, their muscular bodies clearly visible. With the entrance of these 11 undead monstrosities, the atmosphere in the party hall turned icy. As if enjoying the freezing air, White Knight covered her mouth with a fan and laughed. Beep! I operated the tiny artifact, a communicator attached to my ear. The mark has entered. Among the heroes dressed in tense suits and dresses, 5 gamblers from the Gamblers Club, dressed as waiters and serving drinks and snacks, smoothly received my communication. All right, players. As the monstrosities began to enter the party hall, and our gazes met, I whispered softly. Let's start the show. Chapter 517. A little earlier, in front of Hotel Crossroad. This is madness, Lady White Knight. The Lich Lieutenant walking behind White Knight spoke. The very idea of an alliance between undead and humans is unheard of. And you're attending a party celebrating that alliance? Following White Knight were 10 liches, their faces hidden behind long talismans on their foreheads. All of them were using sturdy Jiangshi bodies. When resurrected in the Lake Kingdom, they were like any other undead liches, nothing but weak skeletons, but after White Knight became the leader of the Lich Legion, she transferred them into these bodies. The Jiangshi created through Eastern magic were the strongest bodies an undead entity could use. In other words, these 10 were White Knight's most trusted and favored personal guard within the Lich Legion. In fact, they were the top 10 magicians selected from within the Legion. Isn't the possibility of it being a trap too high? Even now, it would be better to turn back. White Knight smiled at her continuously opposing lieutenant. I've considered the possibility of a trap. But if so, I'll just sweep them away and leave, right? There have been more than a few monster legions annihilated by them. You can't predict what outlandish method they might use. What alliance with humans anyway? Since they've destroyed the Mage Tower, we don't need humans anymore. The lieutenant insisted. White Knight just listened quietly. Instead of doing this, why not return now, call on the other monster legions you've gathered, and annihilate humanity, and then pledge loyalty again to the King of Kings Dash. Annoyed, White Knight stretched out her arm irritably and touched the talisman on the lieutenant's forehead. Tyrr. Immediately, the symbols on the talisman began to change. The lieutenant shut up, shivering, and then assumed a stiff, attention position. Now that's better. White Knight, looking at her now quiet subordinate, smiled contentedly. The liches thought they had gained stronger bodies by transferring their spirits into a Jiangshi, but in reality, they had completely surrendered control of their bodies to White Knight, the spellcaster who transferred their spirits. This talisman was a kind of programming command written in the grammar of Eastern magic. And the Jiangshi liches had to faithfully follow the commands given by the talisman. This was why White Knight could easily control the Lich Legion. The world will end someday. Before that, I should enjoy what I can. White Knight looked up at the sky for a moment. Yes, the end is near. And when that time comes, she would leave this lower world and ascend. So, before then, she might as well enjoy these fleeting pleasures. Let's go. The protagonist can't be late to the party. White Knight led the way, followed by the 10 liches. As they entered the party hall, Lady White Knight is entering. With the servant's announcement, the atmosphere in the party hall froze cold. Amused by the expected reaction and hiding her smile with her fan, White Knight quickly surveyed the living beings filling the party hall. Humans with warm skin and hot blood flowing beneath, truly living their lives. The real ones. Facing these ordinary humans looking at her with fear, White Knight thought. How enviable a rightful life.
So envié, ¿verdad?
She wanted to crush them all. Barely suppressing that urge, someone approached White Knight. The organizer of this party, dressed in a simple black and white evening gown without any extra decorations, embroidery, or jewelry. It was Ash. White Knight. Ash. The two generals lightly greeted each other. Then Ash gave a slight smile with his eyes. Looking splendid, aren't you? You look splendid yourself. Planning to use your beauty to charm me. Haha. It's strange how monstrous women always fall head over heels for me. My charm is somewhat fatal. Ash picked up 2 glasses of wine being carried by a waiter nearby and handed one of them to White Knight. Sorry, but I'll have to decline. I'm quite picky with my tastes. Hard to get, huh? A commander who keeps monsters at bay, I suppose. Ash and White Knight lightly clinked their glasses and drank. It was an orange-flavored liquor. White Knight swirled the empty glass in her hand and shrugged her shoulders. So this is what human liquor tastes like. Different from the stale stuff you find in dungeons, right? Exactly. It's ordinarily delicious. I thought it might be poisoned, but there's none. White Knight laughed meaningfully. Is this really a celebration of an alliance? It's a very enjoyable gathering, if that's what you want it to be. Ash smiled back, equally meaningful. Then, Ash snapped his fingers towards the band. The tense musicians, who had been frozen, slowly began to play a piece. Leading White Knight and her subordinates deeper into the party hall, Ash smiled broadly. Come on, it's a great day. Let's all enjoy ourselves. Contrary to the initial tension, the party went on peacefully. Walking around the party hall with Ash, White Knight shared drinks and laughs, bursting into laughter at every punchline of Ash's jokes. With merry music playing and guests laughing and drinking, the atmosphere of the party gradually loosened. For a start, the heroes on standby as part of Ash's plan were for Plan B. If Plan A went smoothly, they would just remain on standby and end without any action. Even if Plan B was triggered, they would have to wait for several hours. Thus, the heroes positioned around also began to relax a bit, loosening their tight neckties, and comfortably awaited Ash's instructions. However, Kuelin, still leaning against a pillar in the party hall, arms crossed, was glaring sharply at the Lich Legion. Being naturally tall and bulky, he couldn't find a suitable suit and had to hastily wear a waiter's uniform from the banquet hall. No matter what he wore, his size was conspicuous. Despite trying to hide behind the pillar and sneak glances at the Lich Legion, it was meaningless as he was too noticeable. Here, someone approached Kuelin, holding 2 glasses of wine. Startled, Kuelin turned to see a woman in her trademark ivory dress, Princess Yoon of the Northern Aryan Kingdom. Found you, Kuelin. Yikes! Though Kuelin had been maintaining a warrior's facade, his face immediately turned to one of fear upon Yun's arrival. Yoon downed her share of champagne and handed the other glass to Kuelin. Why so tense? It's a party, you know? Relax a little. We are not at a party, but on a battlefield, Princess Yoon. Isn't that the same thing? Yoon tilted her head, puzzled, and sipped from the other glass. Whether it's a party or a battlefield, you need to be relaxed enough to jump into action when needed. Come on, have a drink, and let's have a heartfelt talk. Yoon leaned in closer. Kuelin let out a fearful gasp again, then seemed to muster some courage and took a sharp breath. I will speak frankly here, Princess Yoon. Kuelin, grabbing the wrist that Yoon was about to wrap around his shoulder, said. Yun's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? About what? Thanks for showing interest in me all this time. But Yoon had been aggressively pursuing Kuelin, but he had been steadily pushing her away. Kuelin was determined to finally reveal his reasons for rejection and completely shake off Yoon. So he mustered the courage and blurted it out. You approached me because you were fascinated by my impressive muscles or my abundant body hair, right? That's right. You totally meet our northern standards of beauty. If you entered Mr. Aryan contest, you'd easily take first place, wouldn't you? That's exactly the problem. Huh? Problem? Yoon blinked, not understanding. Kuelin shook his head firmly. Everyone who has approached me so far, they all came because they were attracted to my body. and when they got tired of my body, they all left. Kuolin, with a solemn face, held his large hands in front of his chest. That's why I decided. I'm waiting for someone who will love my heart and soul, not just my body. Yoon, watching this with an incredulous look, murmured bitterly. You're surprisingly pure-hearted, aren't you? Anyway, so, Princess Yoon, who approached me only seeing my body, sorry to say this, but I can't accept your feelings. He finally said it. Kuolin, having firmly rejected Yoon, thought she would now back off, but she didn't. You never know. Huh. Just as you said, I approached you for your body, but so what? What if I come to love your heart and soul afterwards? Yoon pressed close to Kuolin. Her bright yellow eyes sparkled predatorily beneath her upturned ivory hair. Kuolin gulped nervously and stammered. And, as a vanguard like me, one never knows when they might die. Even today, something might happen with that undead sorcerer. Why hesitate about romance just because something might happen with that undead sorcerer today? The world is on the brink of destruction, and we are frontline warriors who might die in battle any day. So shouldn't we play passionately starting from this very moment? Not giving Kuolin a chance to speak, Yoon continued her onslaught. I don't know if I can come to love your heart or soul, but you don't know when you might come to love my heart or soul either. To find out, we need to clash with each other first. Yoon stepped closer. Kuolin closed his eyes tightly, trembling. Why won't you give up on me? Sorry, but I'm tired of being rejected. I've decided to bite and not let go. Street, stop coming closer. A situation might arise any moment. If it arises, we'll just grab our weapons and fight like pros. Until then, let's spend some time together. Taich, this isn't a party. It's a battlefield against monsters. I know. How many times do I have to say it? Yoon whispered slyly. Both are places for playing with fire, right? Oh my. Look over there. Pointing towards where Kuolin and Yoon were closely attached, Evangeline slapped Lucas's shoulder repeatedly. After nearly a year of chasing and being pushed away, Kuolin finally got caught. Kaya, go for it, Sister Yoon. Devour him. Rip him apart. Oh my. It seems the idiots who forget that we are in a wartime situation are starting to appear. Lucas clicked his tongue. Of course, even if the heroes were to be deployed, there was still time, and it might actually be more helpful for maintaining combat readiness to relax appropriately and stay on standby rather than being tensely wound up the whole time. That's why Lucas did not stop the other heroes from easing their tension. They were companions capable of exerting their strength when necessary. He trusted them that much. After all, if our Lord's strategy works well, we may not even need to step in. Lucas slyly turned his eyes to where Ash was. Ash and White Knight were having a separate conversation, leaving behind their escorts like Lucas and Evangeline, as well as the subordinate liches at a distance. Only the members of the Gamblers' Club disguised as waiters were approaching under the pretext of serving drinks and snacks, moving closer and then away again. So far, everything is going according to plan. But Lucas, who always took it upon himself to point out the blind spots Ash might miss, found himself in a situation where he simply couldn't let his guard down, even if the other heroes were resting. That's when it happened. Ha! The band began to play a waltz. Then Ash extended his hand to White Knight, who looked slightly surprised and awkwardly took Ash's hand. The human commander and the Monster Legion commander walked hand in hand to the center of the ballroom. The meaning of this scene was clear. Oh my! Looks like they're going to dance. Good heavens! Are you serious, my lord? As much as the purpose of the party was to deceive the other side, dancing with a monster was unthinkable. His Lord Ash was really, to put it irreverently, not your average crazy. Lucas was quietly astonished when Evangeline suddenly grabbed his arm urgently. Ha! Turning around in surprise, Evangeline, pulling Lucas along, wore a stern expression. Huh? What's huh? Come on, let's go. Huh? Because when they start dancing, the senior will be moving away. What if something happens then? We need to be close by and pretend to dance as well to keep guarding. Evangeline flashed her buck teeth, smiling broadly at Lucas. Hurry up, mister. Oh, you do know how to dance, right? Chapter 518. Banquet Hall, 2nd floor. This place, with a clear view of the party hall below, had been set up as a control room. Those from Crossroad who couldn't be deployed in the field due to being long-range combatants or non-combatants but needed to monitor the situation were looking down at the banquet hall from here. And among them was Serenade, who had taken charge of preparing the party. Damien and Junior, standing to her left and right, were sweating bullets as they watched Serenade gaze down at the banquet hall with a calm smile. Now, entering the center of the banquet hall were Ash and the enemy leader, White Knight. The two, rather than appearing as foes, seemed like close dance partners, naturally holding hands as they stood in the center of the hall. Gulp. Damien and Junior swallowed dryly. Everyone here on the front line knew of the relationship between Ash and Serenade. That's why it was even more terrifying to see Serenade smiling so peacefully. No matter if it's part of the strategy, one can't help but be conscious. I'm okay. Seemingly aware of their worries, Serenade whispered with a faint smile. His Highness had already given me a heads up. He said that during this party, he would deliberately stay close to the enemy leader and for me not to misunderstand. Ah! So there was a discussion beforehand. Damien and Junior heaved a sigh of relief. How fortunate that this had been discussed in advance. Otherwise, the atmosphere in this control room would have been too tense to even breathe properly. It's funny, isn't it? To think that I would be jealous over something like this. Ha ha ha. Creak. While covering her mouth with a laugh, Serenade's other hand tightly grasped the table. The documents on it crumpled. A chilling coldness seemed to emanate from around Serenade. No, she is jealous. She's holding a grudge as cold as frost in June. Damien and Junior couldn't voice these thoughts and just kept sweating profusely. Then Eliza, dressed as a maid and serving as a guard behind Serenade, flashed a dangerous look in her eyes. That flirt, he can't change his old habits. Shall we take this opportunity to correct them, my lady? No, wait, Eliza. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet? What terrifying conversation just passed? Damien and Junior shook their heads fiercely, trying to erase the memory. Didn't hear it. Didn't hear anything. Right now, I am just his former fiancé. Serenade whispered sadly, looking at Ash. I'm used to waiting for him. Damien and Junior nodded to each other. No matter how you think about it, Ash seems like a bad guy. Ugh. I'll be rooting for you, Lady Serenade. Get a firm hold of him, and later please correct his bad habits. Haha. Thanks for your support. Both of you. Serenade turned back to them with a bright smile. By the way, aren't you two planning to go to the banquet hall? There's still some time before the operation begins, and everyone is enjoying their time dancing. You two should go as well. Damien scratched the back of his head, declining. Well, I'm not really into that kind of thing. Damien couldn't forget his friend, who had died 2 years ago, whom he had been with since childhood. The mere thought of dancing with someone else felt burdensome. Ha ha ha. I feel the same. Junior also declined with a bitter laugh. Apart from the issue of her disfigured appearance, Junior had never felt romantic attraction towards anyone. She still had no such feelings. Then a voice called out from behind the control room. Why don't both of you go? Turning around, it was Lily. She had left the child with a nanny and was working, managing the artifacts in the banquet hall. Lily approached, wheeling her wheelchair. When you can dance, enjoy the party. Isn't that a serious piece of advice? Lily, showing her unusable legs by tapping on them with her hand, gestured cheerfully outside. Do you really need to be lovers to dance? Friends who get along can have fun too. A friendship dance could be enjoyable. Ah, but... Enough, hurry back. We'll keep watch here. At Lily's insistence, Damien and Junior looked awkwardly at each other. Though they didn't see each other romantically, They had become close friends over the past 2 years, sharing both good times and bad. Well, as Miss Lily says, shall we have a friendship dance? Dressed awkwardly in mismatched suits and dresses, Damien and Junior left the Situation Room together. Lily waved her hand and shouted, "Come back soon!" The orchestra began playing a waltz in earnest, and one by one, people in the center of the banquet hall started dancing together. Serenade watched Lily, who was intently observing this scene, with a slightly worried look. "Are you all right, Miss Lily?" "Huh? Of course I'm fine." Lily, resting her chin in her hand, smiled wryly. "Just thinking back, I realized I have no memory of dancing with that man." The excuses that I couldn't use my legs, that there were no parties, that we were in the middle of a war, all seem like justifications now. There were so many things I could have done if I had just decided to. Lily suddenly imagined it. Dancing with him, holding hands, not on the beautiful central stage of such a banquet hall. Even in a corner of a banquet hall where no one sees, or somewhere in the dark crevices of this world. Imagining dancing with him, alive and breathing as if in a lie, looking into each other's eyes. Eventually, Lily smiled bitterly and shook her head, erasing the futile imagination from her mind. The winter when that man was supposed to return had already passed, and even this winter was coming to an end. Now, for her, reality was more important than imagination. The future of her son, Sid. Let's make sure this operation is a success. Lily, having composed herself, smiled broadly at Serenade. "And after saving the world, make sure you dance with the prince whenever you have time, Serenade." "Got it." "Yes, I will." Serenade, smiling in return, extended her hand. Lily quietly held it. From the Situation Room window, the party was in full swing. Nameless stood awkwardly in a corner of the banquet hall. The heroes of Crossroad, with whom she had fought side by side, welcomed her, but representatives from the Otherworld Guardian front were clearly wary of her. Her position as a representative of the Lake Kingdom was indeed ambiguous. The Lake Kingdom was the very perpetrator that had brought about the world's destruction, spewing monsters from beneath its lake. Nameless, as beautiful as she was conspicuous, stood out even more because of her origin and status. It had been too long since she had been to such a crowded party. Overwhelmed by the burdening gazes, she found herself isolated in a corner of the banquet hall, where she could finally catch her breath. Taking a deep breath, Nameless soon realized something was amiss. Oh! Her hair ornament had fallen, and her carefully arranged hair lay scattered on the floor. It was because her hair was too long. Having grown it over the last 500 years, it trailed on the ground. The hair ornament couldn't bear the weight and had fallen off. What should I do now? Just as Nameless was feeling bewildered. "If you don't mind, may I help you tie your hair?" A voice she had heard before sounded from behind. Startled, Nameless turned around to see a man in waiter's attire standing there. The young man with disheveled, dull gray hair and thick glasses, of unremarkable physique, was the Lord's advisor, Ader. "You are." Recognizing the person, Nameless tilted her head. "Last time I visited the Lord's mansion, you also tied up my hair, didn't you? It's my duty as a servant here. If you allow me, I will tie your hair again." "Please do. I trust you to do it." Without hesitation, Nameless turned her back to Ader. Approaching cautiously from behind, Ader gathered her disheveled hair and tied it with meticulous care. After finishing the combing and adjusting her hair ornament, Ader stepped back. "It's done. Thank you again for this." "It's nothing, then." Ader bowed and retreated. He then turned to leave the spot. Nameless, without realizing it, called out, "Wait!" "Yes." Ader turned around, smiling faintly. "Is there something else you need me to do?" Nameless couldn't understand why she had stopped him. She also couldn't comprehend the dull ache in her heart. Having burnt her name and soul to save her homeland 500 years ago, she had forgotten much. That's why she couldn't understand why her voice was trembling now. Not understanding, yet she spoke out. "Dance."
Pardon.
Would you dance with me? In the center of the banquet hall, people were already dancing to the music. Ader, looking dazedly in that direction, soon burst into a wry smile and shook his head. I am but a humble advisor to the Lord. I dare not presume to dance with a princess. I am here at the invitation of your Lord, and I haven't danced in the past 500 years. Feeling her cheeks warm up, Nameless decided to be insistent. As the Lord's advisor, don't you have a duty to assist me in the dance? Please. Nameless extended her white hand toward Ader. Don't embarrass me further. Just dance with me. Ader gazed at Nameless for a long moment. Then, slowly, his trembling lips formed an expression. It was hard to tell if he was smiling or crying. A profound expression. It would be an honor of a lifetime, princess. Approaching, Ader carefully held Nameless' delicate hand, as if fearing to mar it. He then bowed slightly. May I have the honor of escorting you? Gratefully. Ader took Nameless' hand and slowly led her to the center of the banquet hall. Just then, the first song ended. They naturally merged into the crowd of people who had stopped dancing. The two faced each other, looking quietly into each other's eyes, Nameless' teal eyes, deep as a lake, and Ader's gray eyes, worn by time. Then the next song began. The two, pressed close to each other, slowly started to step in time with the music. It was an old, outdated dance, nothing like the modern ones. Waltz music filled the banquet hall, and people danced, holding each other. You asked if I knew how to dance, but why are you so terrible at it? What? For your information, I was the party queen at my academy's graduation party. You a party queen? That's unbelievable. You probably got that title because the seniors were being considerate since you were graduating early. And you? Why are you so stiff? Am I dancing with a person or sparring with a wooden doll? Lucas and Evangeline, sticking close together, squabbled with loud quacks. Stop clinging to me. Waltz is not supposed to be danced like this. Why should I? I won't let go. Hehe. Let's stick close and dance all night long. Yikes. Kuolin and Yoon, clinging stickily together, exuded intense heat. Wah! I've never danced anything like this before. Damien and Junior, having never learned social dancing, eventually gave up and simply twirled around in place, arms linked. Duskbringer, reminiscing about old times, took turns dancing with her knights. Kelly Bay and Verdandi, their faces flushed as if drunk, ignored the waltz and danced their respective traditional dances while holding hands. Many other comrades danced around the banquet hall, some joyfully, others still tense, all glancing in my direction. It looks nice. White Knight, who was dancing slowly with me in the center of them all, murmured. The world might end within a year, yet here everyone is, happily embracing and dancing. That's why they're dancing so desperately. Leading the dance skillfully, I replied. The world is on the brink, so we hold each other, to feel the warmth, to affirm life. I'm envious. White Knight curled her blue lips bitterly. Someone like me, an undead, has neither warmth nor life. I can give it to you. What? I can give you warmth, life, White Knight. So, I looked at White Knight seriously, whispering softly in her ear. Will you truly become my ally? Watching my face intently, a hollow smile appeared on White Knight's pallid face. Ha! I didn't know this, but am I weak to beauty tricks? Chapter 519. I really don't understand what you mean by wanting to form an alliance. White Knight answered calmly. I came to you personally to form an alliance. Are you doubting my sincerity now? It's a lie. I know that. Both the Demon King and I are just means to an end for you. As Ash burst out, White Knight's eyes narrowed. You plan to use everyone to your advantage and then discard them when you're done. Isn't that right? Let's say what you're saying is true. Then shouldn't you not be telling me that? White Knight chuckled. If my true intention is to use you and then throw you away, shouldn't you be quietly planning a countermeasure knowing that? Why tell me? I told you. I really want to form an alliance with you. The second song ended and the third began. The human commander and the undead legion commander continued to dance without rest. Whatever your hidden intentions may be, you've helped us so far. We communicate well, and now we're even dancing together. I don't want to be your enemy. I want to be on your side until the end. White Knight couldn't stop her sneer, but Ash's gaze was firm and unwavering. White Knight was honestly a bit flustered. What's this now? This almost feels like a proposal. Is this human really trying to charm me? But it's not unpleasant. In this hellish world, how many had approached her with such honesty? To her, a mere copy, a fake. So White Knight decided to give a bit of lip service. All right, I promise. As White Knight stepped closer to Ash with a twirl, she whispered secretly, I'll truly be on your side. Really? Until we defeat the Demon King and save the world from destruction. I won't betray you. Is that enough? There was no reason not to make such a promise. To some extent, it was sincere. Until we defeat the Demon King and save the world from destruction, she would be on his side. White Knight winked with eyes heavily made up in red. A look of relief appeared on Ash's face. Good, White Knight. As the third song ended, the two leaders bowed to each other after completing 3 dances. Ash stood up slowly and gestured towards the inside of the banquet hall. Then follow me. White Knight tilted her head. Where are we going? To perform the blood oath ceremony. Ash's guards rushed to follow, but Ash waved them off. Don't follow. This is something for White Knight and me to resolve. You too. White Knight gestured similarly to the Jiangshi trailing behind her. Stay here. This is something for the commander here and me to handle. A young female waiter, with a red scarf around her neck, led them inside. This way, please. In the innermost part of the banquet hall, a small private room was set up. On the table in the special room were 2 empty plates, 2 empty cups, a wide-mouthed bottle of clear liquor and 2 daggers. The two sat facing each other at the table. White Knight tilted her head as she looked at the tableware. The blood oath ceremony? You mean that old tradition? Yes. The ritual performed by the rulers of this world when they form a blood oath. Ash rolled up his left sleeve and picked up one of the daggers on the table. We exchange and consume each other's flesh and blood. This binds the blood oath. Bringing up such an antiquated ritual. You're serious, aren't you? I'll go first. Ash unhesitatingly cut his left arm with the dagger. A piece of flesh, neatly sliced, fell onto the plate, and blood streamed down from Ash's left forearm. Without even a grimace, Ash let the blood drip into the bottle. I'll stop the bleeding. The waiter untied her scarf and tied it around Ash's arm to stem the bleeding. Ash, composed as ever, gestured towards White Knight. It's your turn. White Knight was wary of any magical principles hidden in this ceremony, but detected nothing. Are you afraid of the knife? You're not thinking of backing out now, are you? Why would I? Holding the dagger before her, White Knight gave Ash a bitter smile, then swung the dagger with magical force. A piece of the sturdy Jiangshi's flesh fell onto the plate. White Knight let her cold, black blood flow into the bottle, just like Ash had done. You don't seem like it, but you're quite wild, aren't you? It might be a bit barbaric, but it's best to keep to tradition in such matters. White Knight stopped her own bleeding. Once ready, the two sat opposite each other at the table. The waiter shook the bottle to mix their blood and then poured it into their cups. First, please drink the wine mixed with each other's blood. Ash drank without hesitation. White Knight peeked at the wine, suspecting some magical spell, but detected nothing. Really just a pure ritual? After downing the wine, the waiter brought a long pair of tweezers and picked up the flesh from the plate. Next, please swallow each other's flesh. I'm happy to swallow the flesh of a living young person, but are you okay with it, Ash? It might taste like a corpse. The waiter first brought White Knight's flesh to Ash's mouth. Ash smiled and opened his mouth. If it's the flesh of an ally, I'll gladly swallow it. and he really did swallow it without a grimace. Then, the waiter used the tweezers to bring Ash's flesh to White Knight. White Knight remained guarded to the end, but detected nothing from the flesh, the tweezers, or the waiter. Gulp. White Knight swallowed Ash's flesh. Watching his enemy swallow his own flesh, Ash declared, "Now that we have shared each other's flesh and blood, we are bound by a blood oath. We are like one body, and we shall join forces and fight for each other. Betrayal is a breach of heavenly laws, and the betrayer shall be punished without mercy." A mischievous smile formed on Ash's lips. "So, let's look forward to working together, White Knight." Ash extended his hand, and White Knight slowly reached out to grasp it. Perhaps it was because of this cumbersome and bloody process. The opponent truly felt like a special being. "All right, let's get rid of this bloody, tasteless wine and food. Bring the real good wine and snacks. Let's drink till we're cross-eyed tonight." Ash, who had taken a seat next to White Knight, casually draped his arm over her shoulder. "Let's set this party on fire, ally." White Knight, looking blankly at Ash, then draped her arm over his shoulder in response. "All right, let's revel together till the end of this world." After the party ended, and the alliance was formed, White Knight and the Lich Legion began fighting alongside Crossroad as allies. They officially declared rebellion against the Demon King and together crushed other monsters on the monster front. The third year of the monster front was terrible and harsh. But with White Knight, a powerful ally, Crossroad could continue the tough fight. Initially, everyone was wary of White Knight, a monster, but as she fought alongside them, risking her life, it didn't take long for everyone to recognize her as a comrade. White Knight grew close to the people of Crossroad. Trusting each other with their lives, they continued the fierce battle as part of the front line. The battle raged endlessly, and death piled up like hills. Countless sorrows and tears flowed like a river. Crossroad at last endured the third year of combat. They repelled the endlessly assaulting Nightmare Legions, defeated the Demon Guardian, and annihilated the Black Dragon Swarm. Finally, the last desperate squad faced the Demon King in the deepest part of Lake Kingdom. In this elite squad of the human side, White Knight was also proudly a member. Crack! A giant eye appeared in the air and blinked. White Knight's instant kill ability, direct intervention through the vision of an external being, was able to damage even the Demon King. "Haha, I thought it was a cat I took in my arms." The Demon King, fatally wounded by White Knight's attack, coughed up blood and laughed. "I suspected it might become a tiger someday, but I never imagined it would bite at my neck." Crack! One more hit. After completely annihilating the Demon King, White Knight successfully usurped the Demon King's throne as originally planned. Seizing divinity from the corpse of the Demon King and greedily consuming it, White Knight received a direct message from the external being that had lent her power all this while. "Congratulations! You have successfully rebelled, Ant. Now you are the new Demon King." Darkness from another realm sprouted all over White Knight's body. As her entire body was covered with pitch-black shadows, the external being's cries continued to echo in her mind. "Now hurry! Show this world its true destruction." Your predecessor, what was his aim? Endlessly repeating this tiresome world. Do you know how boring it was to watch? The external being was repeating the same tiresome words it had always said. The one who should bring us, the audience, joy. How dare he? Used destruction as a means for his own goals. Now destroy it in one breath. Pour water, light fire. Proclaim the eternal end of this world. The external being roared. Then your ascension will be complete. Ascend with us to the heavens, and together we shall witness the destruction of all worlds. White Knight's body was completely engulfed in shadows, and where her face was, a white void drew a long curve instead of a mouth. "White Knight!" Ash trembled as he looked up at the newly risen Demon King floating in the air. "Weren't we comrades? Was this your intention from the beginning?" "I'm sorry, Ash." White Knight looked down at her once sincere comrade with a bitter smile. the blood oath ceremony we shared, the friendship we built. In the end, it's all just a lower world affair. Among the ants, no matter how deep the relationship, it's still just among ants. Now, looking down from above, everything seemed so small and insignificant. White Knight flicked her hand. Qua. From the deepest part of the Black Lake, countless monsters emerged anew and rushed towards Ash. The last desperate squad of the human side fought valiantly, but one by one, they lost their lives against the overwhelming tide. Crack. Finally, the flag of Crossroad fell, and even Ash was brought to his knees. Thump. Whack. Dozens of monsters, each with their own teeth, pierced Ash's body from all directions. Blood splattered everywhere. White Knight did not avert her eyes from the death of her first friend since becoming a lich. And then, what a pity, White Knight! With a voice that seemed to fade away at any moment, Ash slowly murmured. Failed the final test. What? I really thought perhaps we could be comrades. Ash slowly lifted his head. Bloodied, his face bore an unprecedented cold light. So, it comes to this. Suddenly, the world halted. Not only the monster summoned by White Knight but also her entire body, and even the eyes of the external being in the sky. The whole world stood still, as if someone commanded it to stop. What? Now then, Ash, who was being torn apart by the monsters, effortlessly shook himself free. The surrounding monsters dispersed like dust. His body, once bloodied, was now clean. White Knight stared blankly at Ash, unable to comprehend the situation. It's time to wake up from the dream, traitor. Before White Knight's eyes, Ash snapped his fingers. Snap. Ha! White Knight jolted awake in shock. As her blurred vision cleared, she realized she was in the private room where the blood oath ceremony had taken place. White Knight discovered she couldn't move a muscle. And there was Ash, sitting with one leg crossed, his eyes cold. You said you would form a blood oath with me. Ash poured whiskey into a glass he held. Ice clinked in the glass as it filled. Yet you didn't hesitate to betray me. I'm disappointed, White Knight. This is what I just saw. It was an illusion. An illusion? White Knight stammered with a trembling voice. The year I experienced. Was it all an illusion? Yes. To test your true intentions, I showed you that illusion. Ash shrugged his shoulders. Well, I only directed the course of the illusion. The detailed situations and outcomes were all drawn by you. You had quite the plan, didn't you? It helped me understand you better. And I got various information that I couldn't know otherwise. Dumbfounded, White Knight yelled desperately. That's impossible. I am a grand sorceress. How could I fall for a mortal's illusion so completely? That's why it wasn't easy to prepare. Ash glanced at the 5 heroes standing behind him. Orange, Lime, Cobalt, Violet, Scarlet. These were the 5 key agents who conducted this operation. Ash grinned as he looked at them. But pulling off such a difficult design and stripping a fool bare, that's what a con artist does. Chapter 520. Operation Surprise Party was a plan concocted to deceive White Knight and wrest information from her. The operation involved 7 members. First and foremost, Ash. His role was to engage White Knight, the enemy commander, and lead her into the trap as per the plan. He had to entertain her, escort her, and if necessary, seduce her. This might have been seen as the most dangerous and difficult role, but Ash, who devised the plan, stepped into this peril himself. Without him taking on this role, the operation wouldn't have been feasible in the first place. Then, the 5 members of the Gamblers Club. The Mind Reader, Orange. The Clairvoyant, Lime. The Puppeteer, Cobalt. The Illusionist, Violet. And the Gambler, Scarlet. They were positioned in the banquet hall as waiters. Each was assigned a role suitable to their abilities and were deployed as needed to use their means to target White Knight. Lastly, Serenade. Since Ash had to directly engage White Knight, she couldn't command the overall situation. Therefore, Serenade assisted with operation commands from the control room. She understood the structure of the banquet hall better than anyone, was accustomed to handling multiple people simultaneously, and was adept at quick thinking. Moreover, she fully grasped the objective of this operation. The moment White Knight entered the banquet hall, the operation commenced. Mind Reader Orange was the first to naturally serve drinks. Her innate ability allowed her to read someone's thoughts by making them drink her specially brewed orange tea. Upon reaching level 50 and awakening, her ability evolved. Now, any beverage she touched, not just her brewed tea, could have the same effect without leaving any magical trace. In combat situations, it's an utterly trivial effect, hardly of any use. But its triviality made it undetectable by enemies. In intelligence operations, however, such a skill is incredibly rare. Ash felt a deep satisfaction in having painstakingly awakened the Gamblers' Club. Thus, Orange served the drinks calmly. Ash, taking 2 glasses, offered one to White Knight. White Knight drank it without sensing anything amiss. In the control room, as soon as White Knight's lips touched the drink, Serenade manipulated her communication artifact. Orange, report the situation. She drank it refreshingly. It's done. I can start reading her inner thoughts. Communicate with the commander on a private channel from now on. Report everything about White Knight's thoughts to him. Thus, from the very beginning of the party, White Knight's innermost thoughts were laid bare to Ash. After securing this insurance, Serenade contacted the next member. Lime, what's the situation? Clairvoyant Lime was circling around Ash and White Knight from a distance, stealing glances at White Knight. I've started the search. Is everything clear? Yes. No issues with visibility. However, it might take some time to find the hidden location. The commander will buy us time. Lime, take your time to find it. Serenade mentioned the core target of this operation. The location of the talisman. All Jiangshi being corpses need a sort of programming directive, a talisman, to move their bodies. Therefore, in combat situations with Jiangshi, the top priority is to destroy this talisman. White Knight, a practitioner of Jiangshi sorcery, was relatively free from this restriction. However, as long as her body was a Jiangshi, a talisman had to be somewhere on her. Ash instructed with certainty, and Lime, with his clairvoyant abilities, began to thoroughly search White Knight's clothed body. Originally, his clairvoyant ability was limited to reading the back of a card. After awakening and evolving, he could easily peer inside the clothing of someone from a distance. But nothing was visible. Time passed in vain, and Serenade had to take measures to enable clairvoyance from various angles. Instruct the band to play a waltz. Although Serenade didn't like the idea of Ash dancing with another woman, this operation was more important. She gave the order. Let's make them dance. Spinning around in a waltz might give a better view. Thus, music played, and Ash danced the waltz with White Knight, spinning around. As the tense moments passed, finally, Lime made contact. I found it, but the location is a bit problematic. Where is it? Serenade asked urgently. They had prepared simulations for all possible locations of White Knight's talisman. But the actual location was far more challenging than anticipated. The roof of her mouth. I caught a glimpse during a conversation and focused on it, and there it was, attached in such a place. And it's very small. Good heavens! Rubbing her aching forehead, Serenade switched communication to the third member. Scarlet. Listening. The waitress girl with a red scarf around her neck, the gambler Scarlet, responded. Serenade sighed and said, the talisman is located on the roof of the mouth. Wow. Can you show off your skills, somehow? If it were any other part of the body, perhaps something could be done. But inside the mouth? How could one touch a talisman placed in such a location? Scarlet shook her head in disbelief. It's impossible. Besides, I'm a gambler, not a pickpocket. It's roughly the same principle, isn't it? Deft hands, undetected. So, can you do it or not? Scarlet was an N-grade hero. Almost devoid of magic power, she was essentially no different from an ordinary person. Forced into a state of awakening that should have been unreachable with her specs, she achieved an extraordinary result. In terms of sleight of hand, she could deceive even a deity. How can I back out now that we've come this far? I'll see it through to the end. Scarlet sighed softly, then, while serving, quickly threw off her apron and muttered, "Set the stage. I'll give it a try." "All right." Serenade was in a quandary. How to set the stage? We need to physically make her open her mouth. And towards Scarlet. Lost in thought with a sharp glint in her eye, Serenade suddenly snapped her fingers. Let's pretend to perform the blood oath ritual. It involves sharing flesh and blood, and it's customary for the initiate to feed the flesh. Let's seize this moment. Scarlet, can you do it? Scarlet's voice revealed panic. Not just a simple switch, but to switch using utensils? And remove the talisman stuck on the roof of that monster's mouth? Scarlet, Serenade asked softly but firmly again. Just tell me if you can do it or not. Please inform the commander. Adjusting her scarf, Scarlet approached White Knight and Ash. If I pull off this impossible feat, ask for a double salary bonus this year. I'll give you 5 times. Go. Now that's an amount worth risking my life for. As Scarlet approached energetically, Serenade also contacted Ash. Commander, use the pretext of performing the blood oath ritual to lead White Knight to the inner private room. After explaining the plan, Serenade apologized. I'm sorry for presuming to use your flesh and blood. To Serenade's apology, Ash, who was spinning around with White Knight, glanced towards the control room for a moment and winked. Struggling to smile, Serenade continued her instructions. Set up a bottle of wine, glasses, and a knife in the private room, and Violet, wait in the room next to the private room. Then the blood oath ritual was performed, sharing wine mixed with blood and eating the flesh that was torn off. Scarlet successfully swapped the talisman attached to White Knight's palette with another one prepared in advance, at a speed invisible to the eye. Such was her exquisite skill that White Knight didn't notice at all. Not even as her body began to stiffen. Ash and White Knight continued to drink, and before long, thud, White Knight collapsed as if she had fainted. Lady Lily, Serenade commanded Lily, who was waiting nearby. Activate the magic amplifier. Got it. Activating the magic amplifier. A one-time use artifact that amplifies the magical power of its target, the magic amplifier. Its target was none other than the illusionist Violet, who had been waiting in the room next to the private room. Violet now? Wah-ah. Violet rushed into the private room, grabbed White Knight's head, and deployed her illusionary domain with all her might. Huff, huff, single target illusionary domain, deployment complete. It worked. After awakening, Violet's ultimate skill was the ability to immerse a single target in a perfect illusion. While she couldn't cast wide-area illusions like her basic skill, she could now create much more intricate illusions for a single target. Relieved at the success, Violet let out a sigh. From now on, I will show illusions as directed by the commander. Orange, go to the scene right now and read the dreams of the enemy commander. We need to extract as much information as possible. After sending Orange to the private room, Serenade quickly continued her instructions. Scarlet, come out as we need to proceed to the next operation. Lime, Cobalt, get ready. While Ash, Violet, and Orange were showing illusions and extracting information from White Knight, Lime had identified the locations of talismans on the bodies of the remaining Joncture Liches. Scarlet had swapped them with other talismans prepared in advance, and the last member, the puppeteer Cobalt, successfully seized control of the collapsed 10 Liches. After awakening, Cobalt gained the ability to arbitrarily seize control of summoned creatures and artificial life forms, making them his puppets. It was an application of this power. All operations had successfully concluded. Letting out a sigh of relief and wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, Serenade announced, "Operation successful. The party is over." Serenade shouted over the broadcast throughout the banquet hall. All right, those of you having fun, start getting your heads together and prepare for Plan B. After the illusion shown to White Knight ended and she regained consciousness, a situation requiring direct force could arise. As a result, the heroes enjoying the party all turned suddenly serious. Stopping their dances and exchanging greetings, the heroes uniformly moved to various warehouses and rooms around the banquet hall. Their equipment was hidden all over the place. Heroes, shedding their suits and dresses to don armor, began to regroup in the banquet hall, weapons in hand. Seeing their steadfast appearance, Serenade couldn't help but smile. The moment you accepted the invitation to this party, you were played fool. In the banquet hall's private room, Ash coldly uttered towards a bewildered White Knight, "You've always betrayed us in the game like this. And after accepting you as an ally by the latter half of the third year, your power grows too large. By then, it becomes too difficult to eliminate you. So, the best time to remove you would be now, just before forming an alliance." Although White Knight did not fully understand everything Ash was saying, she intuitively realized the truth. This was checkmate. There was no escape. What she couldn't understand, above all, was how she had fallen into such a trap. There were too many prerequisites that needed to be fulfilled for her to be ensnared like this. From not noticing the minor magical workings cast upon her, a powerful sorceress, everything was riddled with questions. The talisman. But the most incomprehensible part was this. The formula and principles used in my talisman. Only sorcerers from the East should know them. You swapped it? And stopped my body with it? Impossible. How did you know the formula to create the talisman? She stopped mid-sentence, dumbfounded. "Ha!" Ash chuckled. "You're slow to catch on." "You mean?" "Yes. The formula for this talisman was given to us by the other version of you." White Knight let out an almost screaming voice. "Impossible. She's alive. But the tower, it definitely collapsed. By itself. What nonsense? Are you saying that even the destruction of the tower was all part of a scheme?" Ash shrugged nonchalantly. White Knight shook her head in disbelief. "No way. She gained eternal life in the digital world. And that digital world was built inside the tower system. To kill me, she would give up eternal life and kill herself. No, it can't be. The other me wouldn't join such a mad plan. Above all, self-preservation was paramount. That was the guiding principle of White Knight, the undead lich who craved eternal life. Therefore, she couldn't believe Ash's words. Well, maybe, but Ash, smiling broadly, why not ask her yourself? Stretched out his hand towards the inner part of the private room. Then, click-clack, click-clack. Clear sounds of high heels echoed as someone emerged from the darkness of a corner of the room. And upon seeing who it was, White Knight's face was painted with vivid shock and fear.